It's Saturday, October the 5th, 2025. Welcome to Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo.
1960 October, now the battle is over. This the date we've been waiting to celebrate. Nigeria is free. Balewa, free. Azikwe, free. Our law was a downer. Nigeria is free.
The Independence Calypso. Miss Independence is chosen and admired. The magic word is everywhere as the capital city of Lagos goes gay with decorations arranged by the man who decorates our own Regent Street for Christmas. It's self-government free from slogans, a time for celebration, not recrimination. Half a century of British rule ended at midnight on September the 30th. The ceremony is over, the celebrations can begin. The state ball, a glittering occasion, a great gathering of Nigeria's leaders and their guests from many parts of the world, but marked by that capacity for easy informality which the princess clearly shares with the people of Nigeria. High life on a very high level. But all over the new country now, Nigerians on every level begin their own celebrations with floats and festivals, parades and processions, acrobats and dancing. In the north, as you'll see, the traditional charge of a horseman. At any time, Nigerians are great people for a show or a party. They don't need any excuse. But this time they had a reason, the greatest of all. For they're celebrating the climax of years of patient preparation by British and Nigerians alike. Their coming of age as a nation. Independence given and taken with perfect concord, without bloodshed and without rancor. The new Nigeria.
A serious fire on the mountain. My IGP, I have come to you again to further advise you. The way some of our officers, especially the young ones, are behaving, they are pushing Nigerians too much to the precipice. I am a content person. I have a lot of followers. And the feedback I get from them, sir, it's not palatable. Why the indiscipline is across states, but there are 5 states, sir, that you need to quickly take action. Because most of the complaints come from these states. I'm talking about Lagos. I'm talking about Delta. I'm talking about Edo. I'm talking about Kwara. And I'm talking about Rivers. Please, sir. These boys have constituted themselves nuisance. They even engage touts to work with them. They stop motorists at will and begin to threaten them to come down with their phones and they are looking for what was not lost. They embarrass people anyhow. They threaten people with guns. My IG, please, we cannot afford another answers. We need to quickly take action. Please, the states that I've mentioned, please, as soon as there is briefing, even you can call extraordinary meetings or briefings to warn the compos or to talk to the compos of these states. They should help you. The buck stops on your table. If anything goes wrong, it is your name and your tenure that they will mention. Like I said, we cannot afford any other answers. We cannot afford any other conflagration. Remember, this was how they started in 2019, 2020. And before we knew what was happening, we saw the conflagration. How on earth can you say because somebody is young now, it's a Yahoo boy? Because somebody is driving a car, it's a Yahoo boy. Because somebody wears dreadlock, it's a Yahoo boy. And the worst part of it that some of them will even force these young boys to open their bank account for them. For what? How can they do that? What is the business of policemen with asking people to open their bank accounts or forcing them to give them their phones? I am aware that we have sent several signals to warn officers against this attitude. But sir, my CP, it is becoming so bad, so worse. It is becoming worse, especially in these states. Edo, Delta, Lagos, Rivers, Kwara. These 5 states, you have to beam your searchlights on them. I am aware that officers come for you for breathing. It won't take anything out of you, sir, to call this decompose and tell them, so that they will not destroy the good works that you are doing to make the Nigerian police better. Let me tell you, sir, it is not everybody that wants your success. It is not every officer said that we want to work so that you can progress. We know these things. Even policemen too are human. So
someone who says I'm against abortion but says I'm in favor of the death penalty is not really pro-life. So someone who says that I'm against abortion but I'm in agreement with the inhuman treatment of immigrants who are in the United States, I don't know if that's pro-life. So they're very complex issues. I don't know if anyone has all the truth on them, but I would ask first and foremost that there be greater respect for one another and that we search together both as human beings, in that case as American citizens or citizens of the state of Illinois, as well as Catholics, to say we need to really look closely at all of these ethical issues and to find the way forward as church. The church teaching on each one of those issues is very clear.
Two is that the Lagos state government should be flogged mercilessly. Officials.
Flogged.
Yes. How do you have somebody constructing that kind of structure on one line, and you want to tell me that nobody in the ministry knew about this until it got to the 5th floor? Why do we like what God bless my dead mother Ayoka, she still call it campaign after election? How do you have a government in place, in a place like Trade Fair Complex that is open to everybody, and you have people building 4-story buildings, 5-story buildings, and you say you have a ministry that is in charge of construction? And the PAMSEC now it feels good enough and whatever to now come and demolish the buildings, when it could have been stopped immediately from foundation level. You should have known.
I personally don't know why those buildings were demolished. In the report that I saw, they didn't state exactly the reason.
Look, there was something that had to do with not having an approved plan, and it wasn't one building.
It wasn't one. That's
and it should be avoided, because to now narrow it down, to show the wickedness of our people. I can bet my last dollar that all those who own all those buildings are from one ethnic background. Yes, this is what happens when you don't do things at the right time. So is it a case of let them waste all their money, at the appropriate time we'll come and demolish it? Is that what has happened? Is that what has happened?
Or could it be a case of we'll do it and nothing will happen?
Or could it be a case of we'll do it and nothing will happen?
disciplined, fit, and trained, or you are out. And that's why today, at my direction, and this is the first of 10 Department of War directives that are arriving at your commands as we speak and in your inbox. Today, at my direction, each service will ensure that every requirement for every combat MOS, for every designated combat arms position, returns to the highest male standard only. Because this job is life or death. Standards must be met. And not just met, at every level we should seek to exceed the standard, to push the envelope, to compete. It's common sense and core to who we are and what we do. It should be in our DNA. Today, at my direction, we are also adding a combat field test for combat arms units that must be executable in any environment at any time and with combat equipment. These tests, they'll look familiar. They'll resemble the Army Expert Physical Fitness Assessment or the Marine Corps Combat Fitness Test. I'm also directing that warfighters in combat jobs execute their service fitness test at a gender-neutral, age-normed male standard scored above 70%. Frankly, it's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops. Likewise, it's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon. This also means grooming standards. No more beards, long hair, superficial individual expression. We're going to cut our hair, shave our beards, and adhere to standards. No more beardos. Simply put, if you do not meet the male-level physical standards for combat positions, cannot pass a PT test, or don't want to shave and look professional, it's time for a new position.
Telling me to go and marry. Go and marry, go and marry, go and marry. Oh, your mate don't marry. You just say to go husband for Europe, you say it's easy. Go and marry, go and marry. Find husband for me. You just say to go husband for Europe here where we day. You say it's easy. Husband not day. I don't fight, I don't see. Husband not day Europe. You go and marry, go and marry, go and marry. Where I keep the husband? Where I want for senior? Husband is scarce. It is hard for Europe. We dey find I don't see. So stop giving me pressure. I've been pressuring me to go and marry. Please don't pressure me. When I see the husband, I will marry. I have not seen. I'm searching. Okay? No sense.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time, and he's using it to defend.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him to say, this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid.
Can we arrange the meeting ground? Can we arrange the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make up.
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective.
All right. It's another beautiful Saturday here in New York City. I hope you are enjoying the day wherever in the world you are. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. If only I can see. I'll figure out what's going on. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate all of you. It's wonderful here. And just like every other Saturday, there are so many things in the news. We start with Nigeria's Independence Day was this week. And today in New York City, we have a parade. Nigerians are celebrating. I think it may be the same everywhere in major cities around the world. In Nigeria, they suspended the parade and all the ceremonies. We plan to connect to someone in the city, but unfortunately, our crack reporter couldn't make it to the city. So if you are watching and you are anywhere in New York City, you want to join us, we would like to have you give us updates on what's going on there. We are also going to touch on other issues in the news, Hamas and Israel. They are indicating that they are about to agree on a peace deal, Trump's peace deal that Trump put out, and it appears there might be peace over there in the Middle East. So we are watching that. In the UK, the Anglican Church selected, the Church of England selected a female bishop to be the first female Archbishop of Canterbury, and people are losing their minds in some African countries and other places. So we're going to touch on that. In Japan also, they selected a female lawmaker to be the next prime minister of Japan. So things are changing in our lifetime. For those who may not know, that's the first time a female will be the prime minister of Japan. Here in America, the government is still shut down because Republicans and Democrats could not agree on how to allow the government to pay its bills. So we will look into that and see who will blink first and the cost of that shutdown. In America too, Sean Diddy Combs, most of you know him as P. Diddy, was sentenced to 4 years and some months in prison for prostitution-related convictions. That will be something to look at. What will happen when he comes out from prison in some years from now. Again, Nigeria celebrated 65th independence on October 1. And a lot of people were giving Nigeria a knock that things are not going well, even though Tinubu is saying that everything is good, that we've passed the worst. So we are going to touch on that. What else is going on? The TV anchor from Arise TV died. Somotochukwu Maduagwu died when she jumped out of third floor of her building during I think a robbery operation in the building where she lived. So these are some of the stories that are in the news. We now go and touch on those. Say hi to people who are already in the studio. Well, one man, where have you been? Nice to have you. KJ, thank you so much for being here. Ovie, thank you so much for being here. And then we have Mr. James. Thank you, Mr. James, for being here.
Please, I'm sorry. I cannot share the same platform with one man. I will sign out. I'll come back later.
Okay.
What the fuck? One man.
All right. Ovie, I will start with you. Sorry, everybody. You are not in New York City. I was thinking that you'll be in New York City to call. What are you doing? You're in the East Coast. Are you now?
In fact, now it's not that I heard it out loud. I speak say it out loud.
That's the biggest party in the world. You know, if you're a Nigerian and you are not there, at least you have to experience it. Live wherever you are. Where are you?
I'm literally across the bridge.
Oh, go to the city. Go to the city. Just get a train.
I don't as a yes space to park. That's my problem. I don't get that to now. I mean, I know feel like I don't suffer for Nigeria.
No, get it. Where are you? You're in New Jersey. Get into a train.
I'm in Hoboken, just across.
Yeah. So what's the problem? Anyway.
You
don't have to drive in. Don't drive in. Park your car on the street.
That no one join public transport when I don't have to.
Not serious. Okay. If you miss this, your children will tell you that.
But what time is it though? What time is it?
It's ongoing. It's a party, all day party. I mean, I've been there many times. I just couldn't go this year, but it's a wonderful thing. If I had remembered that you were. All right, okay, you are not useful. Let me talk to. I need someone who is there. I'm looking for someone who is there in New York City. I had one guy who was going to come in and join us live from the city, but something happened to him. He couldn't go. One man.
I don't know. Well, it's too late.
It's not late if you want to. One man, how are you? There's an after party after the parade. There's a big party, and some musicians will hang in there, come in and perform for Nigerians. Anyway, one man, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's just New York. New York is not like Lagos. It's too stressful.
Stop saying that.
No, it's not necessary.
Okay, all right, don't worry.
New York is too stressful. I don't know why people they live there, especially that particular place they are describing. Why do people live there? I don't understand.
All right.
Like it's pretty much like a prison. It's crazy. So,
one man is busy. I don't know what he's doing. He's showing us his book child. One man.
Omar is back to London School of Economics.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Thanks to Tinubu administration, is back in London School of Economics.
Don't worry now. As the Tinubu's policies continue to compound, then your space starts to narrow into its ethnicity, because very difficult then for you to continue on the traction that you are. But we will get to that conversation in mid next year. But as the policies continue to compound, which they are compounding now, you will narrow into the narrowness of your ethnic jingoism. But that's a conversation for the first, second quarter of next year.
So how are you, one man?
I'm good. I'm always good. I was just in passing. I just thought to see the evolution of this space. Are you still locked in the funk of that ethnic bouncing up and down?
Come. Why are you tolerating all this?
It has not changed. Okay, nothing has changed here. Settle down, my brother. When it's your turn, he'll call you. So I was just passing by, as I said, and I thought maybe to see the evolution of the space. Are you still in the funk of the ethnic, not that you continuously do, or have you evolved into the reality of the politics? So that's just what I'm gauging.
Yeah, you just stand in and watch, listen, and then you make your determination. But we're here and we're welcoming people.
Optimism, seeing they assembled, apart from a VA, it's the usual ding dong, usual suspects.
One man.
Already, your friend is already launching at me. I've not even said hello. He's already launching the ethnic.
Because your words are irritating, okay?
Yeah, well, then you can take a running jump then if you don't like it.
Very
There's not a river near where you are that you can jump into.
One man, welcome. So we are still here. What we do here is to open up the platform for people to come in and have a conversation. We don't care where you come from and who you are and what your views are. We allow you to come in and have.
Do you defend the right for people to run contrary to what you propagandize? Because I've never known you to do that. So have you evolved into that space?
So, one man, what we do is we allow everybody to come in and join the conversation and have their say. So we welcome you. Thank you so much. KJ, welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. And I must say you are a very patient man. I'm not that patient. If you go into the politics of tribalism and nepotism, I think the Yorubas have a very high rate in doing that. In the Nigerian politics, the first person that introduced tribalism into the Nigerian politics. So let's not even go there. When you allow people like one man, who I don't have anything against him, spill his nonsense, you give more, your audience the ability to listen to him. And I don't think he should be given that privilege. To be on this platform is a privilege. I can't go to his platform and say what I want. Despite the fact, hey, my friend, shut up. Shut up. Let me talk. Shut your mouth up. Let me talk.
Please.
All right. So you don't go to his platform and discuss what you want to discuss. I've heard him shut people down. Okay? And so when you come to another man's platform, I decide to dictate what should be discussed and what shouldn't be discussed. I think you're taking too much yourself. And I don't think you are worth that. Okay? You're not worth that. So if I were Rudolph, if I was handling it, I would have put you out. Because you got nothing to produce. You got nothing to give. And when you don't have anything to give, that's when you make the loudest noise. Because empty vessels make the loudest noise. Displaying books behind doesn't mean you are educated. You are as illiterate as the man in the bush tapping palm wine. Let me let you know that if you don't know that. Thank you very much, Rudolph.
All right, thank you, everybody. OBE, welcome to the show. This is when I say welcome to people who are joining us and ask them how they are doing. Nothing more before we start our conversation. OBE, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, thank you, Jare. It's nice to be on board. Oga KJ, I do respect, sir. Thank you for your submission. There are some things my stomach can take. I will just begin to, I can't hold it. So that is why I had to chip in that word. Thank you. It's good to be here. As usual, I want to come in early before I hop into the word. Oga Ovie, my sport master, Domosa, due respect. Now you are my brother because I see your background has changed. You do well. Thank you so much.
I don't know. I
due respect, bros. I hail you, Baba. I beg. I hail you too much. You be correct, man. I swear.
All right. Let's hold on, Ovie. Hold on, Ovie. I'll go around one more time. So I mentioned some stories in the news that we are following. We talked about Nigeria 65 about the new Archbishop of Canterbury, the Prime Minister of the UK, of Japan, who is going to be the first woman Prime Minister. We talked about shutdown in America, government shutdown in America. In passing, I mentioned that the military had a lecture from the minister, the defense, or what they call now Department of War, gave the military top generals a lesson. And Trump finally may be getting the peace between Hamas and Israel. So these are some of the stories I mentioned that we're going to talk about. I will give you guys one chance, everybody, to just, if you have any story that you think I didn't mention that is big or important that you think we should touch on, this is an opportunity. So I'll start with you, KJ. Let me go that way down. KJ to one man and then okay. KJ, any story that I missed that is, I know I missed stories, but if there is something very important that you think we should have on the list, let me know. Or just as an opportunity to mention
it. Thank you so much, Rodo. I've been looking for where I wrote my story that I can't find, but what comes off my head right now is the Alex Otis response to his former commissioner who accused him of 51 houses with 54 billion. And that trended for a while, for which Otis has sued. And yeah, so you literally, I also want, had that demolitions in Lagos on the line. So I can't find where I wrote it, but I mean, I'm a little startled, but it's okay. I'll be able to find it later. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. One man, I don't know if you had my list of stories, but if there's anything that is important to you that you feel we should add, if we have the time to discuss, and this opportunity we give people who first.
All right. Thank you, Rudolph. Yes, I had your list, but in addition, I'm not quite sure why you're not highlighting Obi's visits to Lagos State to go and try and intimidate the governor there. So I think as early as 6 weeks ago, Soludo demolished the headquarters of Innocent Motors, which is the pearl in the fabled southeastern business, whatnot.
One man, sorry, we haven't started discussing. So when we start discussing, then I just wanted to point out the topics.
What you invited me to say?
No. What I said, yeah, you pointed out that I didn't mention.
Yes. Also, we'll be going to Lagos to try and intimidate the Yorubas, and is noted silence on the excesses of his own region. So why is that? And if it becomes the Nigerian president, is that the template for governance? So
that's good. We mentioned that I played a video of the destruction. So when we discuss it from all the perspectives.
Did you play the video of the destruction of Innocent Motors as well?
No. We talk about the news today, this week, but you can go back during the conversation to talk about what happened in the past or what might happen tomorrow. But when we discuss it, we can put it all together. You can go back and forth. Thank you so much, Ovie. Anything I missed? Is there anything going on this sports arena or anything?
No. Yes, just new.
But, Nigeria played. In Nigeria played. I don't know. I don't follow sports, so go ahead.
I told you, I know soccer. I want soccer to be football to be cancelled from Nigeria. So you know my stand against those people. So I just try to get into my skin. That's okay. Before I piss my brother off, before I go piss her off, let me recognize his present first. I accept your greetings. Me and you know they fight. We know we fight. We fight. We know we fight. And at the same time, we want the same thing for the Edo. We want the betterment of Edo. It's just that right now, had to get to that point now we disagree on, which is okay. Means that there's hope. There's progress. We can only progress from here. So, but for now, the news is that Monday Baholo is still winning. They're still displaying. They give us the reason we voted for him. By what transpired between the power that be Bola Tinubu and Oba Bini. Of course, at the cross of it, others it's actually between those two powers. But unfortunately, they get the daughter and Monday Baholo got caught up in the fire. And I'm proud of the way he's handling the issue so far. Rather than, giving his final judgment, he has to allow the
Obas to have a say first, come out publicly and address the situation, educate the Nigerian how things is done. That when you talk of democracy, the Benin Kingdom understand it and practice well that is rulers before the disruption of coming of the British people. So I think for that, leadership display, compared to his predecessor who just take everything upon himself and disregard the palace without having the palace have the first say, not even talking about the last say, but have the first say, which is very important. So I am, even though PDP and the content creators are just getting crazy over headlines and they're falling into the whole trap, but it's okay. Give us hope that we are still going to win come 2027 because up to now they are still not getting it. They are too educated to get what is going on.
Thank you. OBE.
Ovie, are you talking about the Yaloja general issues?
I don't know what he said, but whatever he said.
I didn't just understand what you were trying to paint. Listen now, you were trying to paint the issue and be using Oyibo to confuse us. Abi? Okay, I understand what you mean. Okay, there was an installation that happened in the city of the Oba in Benin. And they said they installed a Yaloja general of those states. I don't know what that means. I don't know the meaning of Yaloja. Anyways, so it's going down to from one issue to the other, from one rubbishing to the other, and from one kind of humiliation to another. You understand? Just imagine Yaloja of Lagos coming to meet and Obaseki's wife and tell him this nonsense. You think it will happen? They are bullying my governor. That is my part that's actually paining me. He's being bullied. He has no say in this matter, and that is what happened. That the Oba had to clarify at a so-called courtesy visit and all that. It was so embarrassing anyway. I think that was one of the stories I followed in the day. We are not discussing it yet. I'm not pointing it out as football.
No, let me bring her up now. Let me just.
You didn't say it as a Yaloja thing. I didn't understand what you were saying. I swear.
Yeah, let me explain what I mean. Obi, you na Edoma means that you're a traditional man, and whether we like it or not, right? The political power trumps the traditional power as it is now. We might not like it, but that's what it is. So when the president say this is what he wants, the best thing as a governor you will do, you allow the elders of this town to speak first. Because you actually don't have a choice. You don't have, let's stop deceiving ourselves. Once the president, this is what he wants, you don't have a choice. Either they use, we saw what happened in River State. Either they use that with persuasion or they use that with force. There's nothing here you can do about it. So what did the governor do was to say, okay, since this is what is going to happen, let me allow the elders speak first. That is why he led them to Oba Palace and Oba educate her.
Ovie, now you dey talk this one, so.
Ovie,
this one, so.
that's what happened.
Ovie, just leave that. When we get to that topic, there's more information.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We're not talking about this now. Ovie, thank you for bringing it up. I've been looking for the video for the Oba said. If anybody has that video, please share that with me. All right. Let's start the conversation. And I'm hearing noise from somewhere. OBE, is that from you? Okay. Yeah. If you're not speaking, please just mute yourself. So let's start the conversation with independence celebration. Nigeria marked the 65th independence celebration. This was how it started. For those who didn't follow us from the beginning, this was the beginning.
1960 October, now the battle is over. This is the date we've been waiting to celebrate. Nigeria is free. Balewa, free. Azikwe, free. Our law was a downer. Nigeria is free.
The Independence Calypso. Miss Independence is chosen and admired. The magic word is everywhere as the capital city of Lagos goes gay with decorations arranged by the man who decorates our own Regent Street for Christmas. It's self-government free from slogans. a time for celebration, not recrimination. Half a century of British rule ended at midnight on September the 30th. The ceremony is over, the celebrations can begin. The state ball, a glittering occasion, a great gathering of Nigeria's leaders and their guests from many parts of the world, but marked by that capacity for easy informality which the princess clearly shares with the people of Nigeria.
All right, that was how it started. People in Nigeria across the world, like I said, today in New York City, they're having a parade and several events, parties, cookouts to mark the occasion. We were going to bring you live coverage from New York, but our guy couldn't make it. So let me hear from you. Politicians in Nigeria, they weighed in on what they thought about Nigeria at 65. I want to hear what you guys think about Nigeria at 65. KJ, start with you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to have the first survey. Nigeria at 65. Nigeria, the best example that happened almost on the 1st of October is the Pengassin Dangote's struggle. That tells you the whole story of Nigeria. I mean, here is somebody who is bringing service to the people of Nigeria, at least trying at his best, his possible best, to make life a bit easier for the Nigerian. Here is a set of workers who by no means have nothing to gain, but because of their own selfish interests, holds the whole $20 billion factory to ransom. That's the story of Nigeria. That's just what it has been. Okay, we have lived a lie right from the very first day. In fact, the song you played made it even more interesting. Look at the struggle has come to an end. Have we stopped struggling? No. Is there anything that was marshaled in that music or the whole of the publications of 1960 that have changed today? Is it the road? Is it education? Is it the light? Is it water? Nothing. Okay? And then the song even went ahead to say, if the real census figures were put together as it was supposed to be in 1960, do you think it would have been a Southerner, the Azikiwe and Awolowo? No, because that's not the true population. But that is what we have built over. And when you start with the wrong foundation, your building, no matter how small or tall it's going to be, the foundation will definitely determine how fast or how long and how durable that building can be. And our foundation has not been anything but durable. It has not been anything but strong. We have all lived a lie, and we have continuously to peddle these lies to our children. We have refused to come into terms with the reality of our time, what is facing us, what we see, how is other nations developing. And some people are quick to tell you Rome was not built in a day. Yes, but it didn't take hundreds of years for Rome to be built. Some people are quick to tell you, look at America. Do you know what America went through before they became what they became? Yes, but we cannot reinvent the wheel. The wheel is already been reinvented. There are no more new research into power, into electricity. There's no new research. That research has been concluded. Nobody is researching into light bulb any longer. We know how light bulbs are produced. And so if you want to advance that, you can advance it. But you're not going to start a new research. So what I'm simply saying in a nutshell is that we do not need to go back to start from where America started, to start from where any other nation who has gone through, maybe very difficult time to get to where they are started. We can see from where we start, where they've gotten to, and adapt that technology, and then use it for the purpose of our people. Right now, I do not think, and I still say this, going forward, I do not think that we're ready to build a nation. I do not even think we're going to be a nation. I just think that we're going to continue to manage the structure until wherever it gets to, and they will all abandon it. That's the situation I see. If not, if anybody has a better understanding, tell me how we're going to go forward. We can't even tell ourselves the simple truth, And I'll leave it there. Let me not digress into a lot of things. I don't think there's anything we have been able to achieve that makes us look like a nation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. One man, what is your take? Nigeria at 65.
All right, thank you. So yes, Nigeria at 65. You have to, if you condense everything, you have to really applaud the progress that that country has made. So if we go to the beginnings of that country, it's just a whole swathe of disparate people. But if you want to condense it into broad strokes, so you look at the progressive Southwest, you look at the retrogressive northern region, and then you look at the primitive southeast. So that was the broad confluence that made up Nigeria. So the evolution, the when Nigeria actually came together to form one country, everybody was at different phases of evolution. The southwest, they'd already evolved through time, systems around society and structures. The northern regions evolved a different system predicated on religion and Arabic norms. And the southeast, of course, they were quite primitive actually anyway. At the point, do you remember? I can send you these parties at the time of independence. They were sending emissaries to the southeast that if they don't have a bath and they don't put on clothes, they will not allow them to participate in the. So they were quite primitive at that time. Yes. Go on. Go. Yeah. So they were quite primitive at that time. But if we condense all of that and we chart then the evolutionary progress, then we have to say that where the country is at now is a real testament to the determination to form one entity. If you look at the structures, they tell us we have in excess of 250 ethno tribes, and a lot of these ethnic tribes, they are sufficient in numbers to be countries of their own. So if you look at Nigeria, the best example that I always give people to think about Nigeria is to have a country made up of the French, the Germans, and the English. So just the broad strokes of the main ethnic stockings of that country. So imagine then a country made up of the French, the Germans, and the English, and then you tell them to come into one convergence, and that is the tech. That is the tension that still grips the Nigerian space. But because the Nigerian space has evolved 65 years and over, there is more now that merges us together than that. Forget this little phase that we're going through that with the Southeasterners fantasizing on the possibilities of ever becoming president. So once we get over that phase in 2027, the evolution, because Nigeria is at ground zero now, actually. So we've put together in terms of ethno understanding, we now have a president that understands the crafting of constructing a nation, the foundational blocks now being in place. So by 2027 to 31, you will see the parachuting of Nigeria to where its natural status is. And let me land it with this because I can see KJ already pushing me out. So let me land it with this. There was a report by Deloitte and Touche, I think it was Deloitte and Touche, to tell us that by 2050, Nigeria is going to be the top 5 economies globally. And you can see the foundational work there already being put in place by the administration in situation. And this administration in situation, just to land the point, they tell us then by the time they conclude, they would have made Nigeria a 1 trillion economy. But if you look at all of the developmental heavy lift that they're doing now, I think that is an underestimation. By the time Tinubu leaves in 2031, I personally will be disappointed if Nigeria is not a $3 to $5 trillion dollar economy. So let me leave it there.
All right, thank you, one man. Ovie, Nigeria 65. The president said that we are actually the worst is behind us. That we are moving on to. One man said 3 trillion. I thought it was 1 trillion, but anyway, like 3 trillion economy. What do you think on how Nigeria has been doing?
No, I will take a different part. I think according to Mark Twain, say the older I get, the smarter my father becomes. To apply it to our Nigerian situation, the older Nigerian gets, we cannot look back, and say how smart those people who were at the beginnings were, and I think they deserve to be honored. you know, especially if you are paying attention to our leaders now, those who are in charge of affairs now, the likes of Obasanjo for the past 5 years, he's been crying that we either go back to regional or something has to be done. You know, the latest one is that in the next, by the year 2040 or so, Nigeria will be 400 million, something has to be done. Then you look back, you now say, wow, our forefathers, those who founded the country, were actually smart and wise, you know, even though you can criticize them for negotiating what they can actually get, because in the table of politics, you don't really get what you want. You get what you can, you take what you can get. And I want to believe as at that time, you know, they took what they could afford and ran away with it. They started with the regional government, and up to today, even those of us who were not born at that time, could, you know, even when we make reference to how we used to be, nobody will actually say we're that conspiracy theories or we don't know what we're talking about, because people who live and experience the regional era are still very much alive and testified to that. So, you know, going back to my Twan's language, that the older I get, the smarter my father becomes. So at every juncture, we look back, so we need to go back to regional government. I mean, the Obasanjos are the people who took over from those, our founding fathers, and they say, no, our founding fathers are dumb, are not smart enough, are not wise. Regional government is not the way they say. It's for us to be under one presidential system. And, you know, 40 years down the road, if I'm verified, my statistics, I don't put me with my statistics, but the same people who violently, you know, truncate that process of regional government initiated by our founding fathers are now complaining that they're going to high heaven that things have to be done. So I think if we have to take anything away from that, you know, before anybody jump into how, you know, the situation of today, we have to look back and say, yes, those people were indeed smart. And as we began to write the, you know, continue the story of the Nigerian story in our own time, I think we should also put that into consideration, that whatever story, what next stage we take in our lifetime, I hope the people that will come before us, they will look back and say, indeed, we were smart, rather than the opposite, the other way around. So I will stop there
All
for
right.
now, just
All
in
right.
honor of our founding fathers.
All right. Thank you, Obi. Obi.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and everybody. Is that righteous man there?
Yes.
Long time. Okay. Left for me, yesterday, me and my colleagues were just checking through Social Security account, and it was written there that at 67, I'll be ripe for my retirement. Age 67. So that means as a 65 years old man is actually due for retirement. This country we are talking about is 65 years old. Huh?
You mean the country is due for retirement?
I'm about to paint the scenario that this country we are talking about is 65 years old. So if he was a child in the early first, second, 10, you know, decades, now it's 6 decades into the 7th decade, 70. You're still talking about a primitive, a retrogressive, and a progressive section of the country. I just the way some of us reason it, I just tire for them, you know. It just a 65 years old man is due for retirement. If you want to make an early retirement, you will get full benefits. Okay? So this is where we are as a country, 65 years old. I think we were just in a hurry for the so-called independence. If the Igbo man were here till now, probably we'll have all the roads tied already. We will have the lights running. We will have the boom economy. We will have the railway line rolling from each region to each region. We will have everything flowing before they hand over the country to us. It was like an early bet that had brought us to this level of retrogression consistently for 6 decades and 5. And somebody's classifying. It's easy to classify because all the seaport is in the region is now progressive. All the airport is in the region is now progressive. Everything that had to do with the whatever is in the region, so it's progressive. Then the one that is primitive, that doesn't have anything, they couldn't grow. They are classified as primitive. And you still want us to be one country, right? You just see the mental, the subconscious idea in our mind. It's like a union that will be pushed into without an agreement. That marriage is not going to last, even if you try to pretend, you try to do and do and do and do. That is where we are today at 65. Then the president was not bold enough to celebrate it. Canceling parade, canceling whatever, and doing charade here and there. Because they had no scorecard to offer. There's nothing to put on the table. My brother, I just look at us, and as the way some people just talk, that's why my head I had to run, I had to leave, because you can't count some words that come out of some people's mouth. You can't just stand it, because it irritates us a lot. Because of the way we have revered this country, we have put this country on our own, tried to build it. I was a banker. I was bullied out of the country. What I mean, bullied. I was bullied out of the country practically. Imagine a banker that became a nurse. That wasn't the career I want to do, but because of some idiots that are ruling that country, that couldn't make life what it's supposed to be, everybody's running away. That is where we are today. At the end of the day, we now see that we are 65 years old. We have no tangible thing to show for it. Somebody is saying 3 trillion economy, that somebody cannot buy food. 3 trillion economy, that somebody cannot even fuel his car. He can't pay house rent. If I have dumped one, I have spent my line because I was tired of calls. I have to dump one line and use another one because I couldn't just take it again. That is where we are today. 65 years of when I mean nothing to show, nothing. There's some people they are giving names: first son, first daughter, first grandchild, first name. Then the issues are left to follow. The issues are just there. They are there, keep widening. I mean, the damages is widening every day. Every day. They are celebrating now that the dollar has turned to 1,450. It's celebration. When I came to this country 7 years ago, dollar was 170 naira. Somebody is celebrating that the economy is growing. It's now 1,450. Rudolph, thank you, Jerry. Go back to my.
All right. Thank you, OBE. Righteous One, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening from here. It is the country of darkness. You can see there is no light. It's quite unfortunate, very, very unfortunate, that an average old man will come to the public platform and make statements that you will begin to wonder the school fees, the money that was spent on such an individual to go to school and to live in a Western world that have civilized and believe that is civilized, and we come to the public to talk and offer things that human beings in this 21st century cannot bear. I know, and I'm not surprised, that some individuals are paid agents by the Nigerian government to infiltrate into these social platforms and make statements that you begin to wonder whether that person is living in another earth, in another planet Earth. It's quite unfortunate, quite very unfortunate. I'm angry. What story are we going to tell our children and our grandchildren? At 65, no light, no road. At 65, if Nigeria is working, why did you go abroad to live? Why are you enjoying the facilities and civilization there? Come back to Nigeria and face the music. This is absolute unbearable statement that, you know, when you make it in the public, people will mob you. Why are we talking about being primitive? Is that the problem we're facing today? Some section of the country believe they are better than others. And go and look at the 2025-26 NECO result. Since 1999 to today, that section you call primitive has dominated Nigerian educational system. In performance, from NECO to every other aspect, academically, that primitive people, that primitive section dominates since 1999 to date. And those who felt they were civilized, they are the bottom line of educational performance in Nigeria. And such individual is not ashamed, maybe it's not current with what is happening in Nigeria. It's quite unfortunate. At 65, no road. At 65, you can't pay house rent. At 65, you have a graduate that performed well in the university and come out no job. At 65, Boko Haram and insecurity have ravaged Nigeria. At 65, we have more people on the street without job than ever before. At 65, we have population explosion that have no future, no vision for them. At 65, the electoral body is as good as nothing. At 65, we cannot boast of a railway line that is functioning 24 hours. At 65, our banking industry is almost collapsing. Tariff is on the highest level since I was born and growing to adulthood. At 65, Nigeria educational system is collapsing. At 65, an NPC is running in deficit. At 65, our budget concurrently run on deficit. You can't even differentiate 2023 budget and 2024 and 2025. Or at 65, there is no accountability. At 65, those who are supposed to retire are promoted to continue in the office. At 65, one tribe dominates every aspect of the Nigerian life. At 65, our football has collapsed. What are you talking about? Friends, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? This is annoying. Quite annoying. Rudolph, thank you.
All right. Thank you, righteous man. Comparable facts. Can you compare facts now for us? Because we've had opinions.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Yeah,
Are we speaking on a particular topic, or you just want us to say what, anything outstanding? I just joined.
No, we're talking about Nigeria at 65. What is your opinion?
Okay. Before I proceed, you need to permit me, a minute to say what I wanted to, what was bothering me in Nigerian space. One of them was about Adewale Mustafa, the speech that he made, that was televised. Everybody has seen the video, which is similar to what what's his name? What's the name of that transported Oluwo or whatever that Yoruba guy speak during the during the election. He made the speech. It was well televised with a lot of people guiding him, and he said, "I don't know if anybody here has has seen the video, that nobody should be allowed to vote in Lagos State." This was last week, except APC, and if anybody try it, they're going to deal with them squarely. APC is the only party that is tolerated in Lagos. I mean, why haven't he been questioned? What is Nigeria for? Don't you have a right to vote for any party you wish? Does it have to be APC or Yoruba party or whatever? I mean, Nigeria is so annoying. It's not even. I mean, look at that particular speech. This is exactly what MC Oloma did, and nothing has happened to him. And this guy right now who has taken over, at the NURTW, chairman, MC Oloma is not the national chairman, and nothing has happened to him. But that just go to see, how far we have fallen. But having said that, another thing that bothers me is about what's going on in Ovie state. So Ovie, you have a larger, it's going to be Tinubu daughter, right? That's going to be in charge. But I'm glad the Abba has pushed back and said that's not going to happen. But as you and I speak, she has already been installed, ignoring what your Abba said. Ovie, what have you got to say about that? I thought we're supposed to respect what about your Abba said, and the government is not listening to to them. And
I will speak to that. I'll speak to that later. Continue.
All right. Thank you very much. So let me go to the main subject. So Tinubu speak about independence. Okay. So Tinubu speak about the independence. There's nothing independence about what he speaks. It's more political. It's very, very partisan because every of his speech, it's about party, about what he has done, what he's going to do, and you never really talk about national unity. What is supposed to be in everything that you analyze, and nothing independence about about what he said. You're supposed to have tried a way to address about national unity. How the country has to be united. The emphasis should have been on unity, diversification. That should have been one. National building and belonging of everybody. But that's not what he did. It's more political. We know what's going on. It's about 2027. So Tinubu does not really care about what's going on in Nigeria. It's, it's very, very partisan, but it's a pity that we have to go through that kind of human being. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Comparable Facts. Mr. James, welcome back.
Thank you very much. I must apologize to the House for standing out while the so-called Mr. What's his name? Mr. Wandman was around. Okay, I think we are discussing the independence. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
Yes, the way I look at it is this. It has been both good and bad. I mean, it's partly all right, partly not too okay. For this reason, when the country was amalgamated in 1914, the British ruled Nigeria for about 60 years or so, 50 years or so, before they handed over. If you look at the structures they left behind, they left, I think, only one university, to the best of my knowledge. The road network was not as, the network, not the quality, the network was not as sophisticated as it is now. We built 4 refineries, 2 steel complexes, and steel rolling mills, and quite a lot of things we did on our own. More universities, more schools. A lot of people were educated after independence. And we made our mark internationally in the struggle against apartheid, and we have assisted other countries to gain their independence. These are commendable achievements. But if you look at it again, the other way around, we have slumped. The nation has collapsed so far because the little achievement the little progress we made, particularly after the Civil War, we could not sustain it. This is why we are in a very deplorable situation now. And the amount of damage that has been done socially in the country is so deplorable that it's going to take us another half a century to fix this problem if we are able to, if we are able to work together, put in concerted effort to rescue the country from the present collapse. And that the possibility is extremely remote, if not completely impossible. It is very rare, if not impossible, in real life, for a nation that has been destroyed, the way Nigeria has been battered, to recover within 50 years. That is how I look at it. Although Mr. Tinubu is not my star, I think I agree with him. There's no need to celebrate the independence. I remember when Muhammadu Buhari was military head of state, the first independence celebration was cancelled. He said there was nothing to celebrate. But the question is, why did Bola Tinubu decide not to celebrate? The march past at Eco Square, whatever they call it, did not take place. The reason probably is because the youth, Showore and the labor union, they were probably planning, to cause mayhem. So security reports must have reached him. That is the reason why he decided not to, celebrate it at the Eco Square. Anyway, that is how I see it. I agree with Mr. Comparable Fact as a prestigious man of prestige. I agree with him because the address supposed to emphasize national unity, the problems of the country, security situation, what plans is he putting in place to rescue the nation from the calamities we are grappling with right now. And lastly, from the look of things, I believe, though without empirical proof, because empiricism is not the only source of knowledge, you also have rational proof to establish knowledge. I believe that the Yorubas, that's Western Nigeria, they are as good as...
We can't hear you, Mr. James. We can't hear you anymore. You're frozen. All right, let's go to your aunt ready. Can you hear me, James? All right, we can't hear you. You aren't ready. Where are you? Okay. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Happy Saturday, everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, Nigeria 65. We all know Nigeria is a failed country. Nigeria has failed at 65. But the question I beg to ask is democracy actually the best system of governance for Africa? You know, that's the question we should start asking. Is that the best system of governance for Africa? You take a look at Russia. Russia, no matter who hates Russia or like them, their system of governance is working for them. You look at China. Hate China or love them, it's working for them. So can't we look for something that works for us? Because we keep shouting Nigeria 65 is not working. No, we blame Tinubu, we blame this. Even if Showoreo, Pito Bio becomes the president, Nigeria is not going to be different. It's still going to be the same thing. So the question is, find a good system of governance that represents us as a people. You know, one. The second thing again is the change of mindset, because these leaders actually came from us. They were once kids, grew up in a society. The society shaped them to who they are today. So they didn't fall from heaven. The leaders that we blame every day, they didn't fall from heaven. Even if we are blaming Yorubas or Hausas, the same, we all have our governors in different states. What are they doing? Are they any different? So we should start looking inward individually. Ask yourself one quick question. Majority, 90% of Nigerians, if they find themselves in power, they will do worse than the people in power now. I don't know if it's a black man problem. Because even in this America, if you go to counties where the blacks are governing, it's different from the counties where the other people are governing. So I don't really understand.
If you want to mention Atlanta, do so. Don't say if you go to counties.
No, come on, guy. Don't come here to bash the black in America.
I'm just saying, is it a problem? Is it a black man problem? South Africa is developed not because South Africa is governed by the black people. It's because they just got their independence recently. If South Africa were to have gotten their independence just the same time as Nigeria, the South Africa would be messed up.
I don't think I agree with you, but I don't want to cut you. I mean,
we should actually look inward too. You know, inward. Look at what system of governance can work best for us as blacks, and then secondly, look inward into us. Is it that a black man is so greedy? A black man does not look at the collective good of his society. Because otherwise, ask yourself one question. We live in a country where it's so hot, yet we waited for a white man to invent AC. We had to move from, we have a big country as big as Nigeria, yet we waited for a white man to build a car. Like everything technological that Africa, even like we don't look at the collective issues we have, how to solve our problem. We sit back. Black people are so lazy. I'm sorry. We don't think outside the box. And that is because we are so greedy that we only look out for ourselves.
Okay, I think I'm sorry. No,
don't do that.
Thank you. Just one second.
There are so many things.
My brother, I think you don't.
They say have your say. It's having his
You don't have a history of what is going on in Nigeria. Ino Motors have never left Nigeria. He is Ino Motors in Anambra State. So what you said, and I agree with you, that we are the people have chosen to be leaders. I agree. Not that the whole Africa. I mean, come on, man. That be too generalization. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You aren't ready. This is what I think. You made me think about something. Maybe 1 week, or maybe not during the weekend. We have a show that won't be on issues in the news, because you raised there's a lot that we could debate on what you pointed out. You know, because I don't think it's the issue of black people alone, but there are other issues involved. But yeah, go ahead, James. Just one. I'll give you 1 minute before I come to Kenneth. Go ahead, James.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you, James. It's noise where you are, but we can hear you. Yeah.
I'm sorry. My line is bad.
Yeah, we know. We noticed. Go ahead. James, finish your thoughts.
Okay, let me just briefly comment on what you aren't ready said. Black man is not lazy. In Nigeria, We built 4 refineries, which the British government did not build. The British government left 1 university. We built more universities. The road network. We built 2 steel complexes, about 4 steel rolling mills, and quite a lot of other things. We had already taken off, but certain things went wrong. This is what brought us to where we are today. It's not that we are lazy at all. We know what is good for us, but certain things.
All right, Mr. James, we're still having problems with your connection. Maybe you'll try. We can't hear you, James, just in case you're still speaking. Let's welcome Kene. Kene, welcome to the show.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Dr. Damages. Good day, everyone. I think the topic was about Nigeria at 65, right? Nigeria.
Yes.
The world poverty capital, Nigeria, right?
So it's number 2 now.
Number 2. Oh, so who is the leading?
I didn't check. You might say.
Who's number 1, Dr. Rudolph?
So that means Tinubu is doing well. He took us from number 1 to number 2.
Second position. It's not bad. Second position, but I think there was a mistake somewhere, because from what is on ground, Nigeria is supposed to be the leading capital in terms of poverty. Not only that, in terms of insecurity, and in terms of just everything disorganized, Nigeria should be leading. I always fault those that claim that Nigeria is a giant of Africa. It's whenever I hear that, I become so angry with the people. The next thing that will come out from my mouth is how, where, how, tell us how. But it seems some of us are not from Nigeria, or maybe we've never been to Nigeria. We don't know how their own country is, But the thing is, Nigeria, somebody used retrogression, but I don't want to use that word because it means it has maybe advanced in the past and now is retrogressing. No, Nigeria has never make a step forward. You know how a baby wants to, start learning how to walk, the first step forward. No, Nigeria has never made that step. Nigeria has either been very stagnant or making step backward, as far as I'm concerned. So Nigeria is a failed country at 67, is a shameless country at 67, that the only people that are capable of leading or becoming leaders in that country are either criminals or non-entities, right? Just as we have a criminal today, in the person of Bola Ahmed Tinubu being the president, which one man went to more, agree with us here last time, just before the election. He stated categorically, let me use his word, that Tinubu is the most advanced criminal in Africa. And today, the same one man is everywhere on social media defending Tinubu. That entails that one man has been bought, he has been paid. Yesterday, I found him on one TikTok channel where he was spewing his garbage against Indibo. I was the one that smoked him out. I caused the hell out of him on that TikTok, and that was why. And I asked him, why did you stop coming to Dr. Damage's show? Why? Why? Is he not the same character that he exhibits everywhere? That was why nobody is willing to have you on their platform. And the major reason why he stopped coming to Dr. Damage's show is because nobody is buying this here nonsense. That was why he came here today. But he now came here to address Southeast as a primitive region. Let me educate him more. And I want every good Nigerian or every sensible citizen to fact check me. When it comes to education, WAEC and NECO precisely, Southeast is leading. When it comes to most advanced geopolitical region in Nigeria, most advanced geopolitical region in Nigeria, Southeast is number 1, right? When it comes to a region, geopolitical region with the lowest crime rate, Southeast is 1. So in all of these things now, You don't find Southwest anywhere close by Southeast, right? And this is the same region that somebody like one man went to will come and say that we are primitive. Hello, one man, bring yourself, please. Put him on live screen. Look at yourself and look at any person from Southeast here. If you're of any match to that person, see, I don't know what to say, but one man cannot make me angry. My brother here, righteous man, said that he was angry because of one man. Because of one man, you were angry. It's just like being angry because of one lunatic is on, you meet on the street. No. One man cannot make me angry. I know that he's very deficient. He's deficient in knowledge. He's deficient in understanding. He doesn't know anything. He just that you're in UK doesn't mean that you are enlightened. I always tell people that my son went to school doesn't mean that my son is smart, right? You can be educated but still be dumb. You can go to school, waste your money paying school fees, but you still sound like a dumb person. And I found that in one man went to more. But the summary of this thing is Nigeria has failed at 67, and if Nigeria continue with this type of structure that it has today, Nigeria will go nowhere. Come back to 20 years, Nigeria will still be where it is, or even worse than what it is today. A regional system of government is what we are calling for. But if anybody refuses to let the regional system be instituted, then everybody should go its separate ways. And if you refuse for regional government, if you refuse for separation, then you are just calling for, I don't want to use that annihilation, right? What they call it, how they even pronounce it, annihilation of that country completely. The country will be gone. I don't want to use that word, not that I'm using it too.
Thank you. Thank you. Ike, welcome to the show. Nice to have you. We're discussing Nigeria 65. The president is saying that the worst is past. Things are going to be moving forward. And moving good for the country, moving forward. What is your take?
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy Saturday. Sorry that Dr. Damages, I did not listen to the address of your illegitimate president, because it's not important to me to listen to whatever he has to say. Practical things you can see. You don't need anybody to do broadcast, but you know that you have a failed nation. So the only thing I need to say is that, rightly or wrongly, somebody spoke here that his address was political. Like I said, I did not listen to it. In a situation like this, I was supposing that his address is supposed to be based on, unity, trying to bring people together, recognize that this government has failed, recognize, Nigeria, the insecurity that is going on in Nigeria, recognize the corruption, the level of corruption that is going on in his administration. But it's all about 2027. So for me, I did not force myself to become a Nigerian. I came into this war and I ended up seeing myself to be a Nigerian, But I thank God also that I have the privilege to become another country's citizen, So I don't have anything to lose, right? Now I'm a citizen of another country, and where I live, everything works. Things are working. Some of us who live in this part of the world, like me, we are the same people that are trying to tell us that things are working in Nigeria, because of tribal sentiment, because of what you think you will gain, or what you're gaining, or what you're winning, right? Where are the Nigerians in those days? Where Femi Ransom-Kuti can come to my house and eat food, and where I can go to his house and eat amala? When are those days where Henry Nwosi of Timbers College, where I can go to his house, will be like brothers? When are the days of Olukomi brothers in CMS Grammar School, when we can go to each other's house and eat food? Where are the Nigeria of then? Where are that Nigeria today? And somebody who is like Ekene said, somebody who traveled out of Nigeria and came into a world where everything works the way it's supposed to work without any stress.
Just obey the rules, obey the law. You don't have a problem with anybody. The same thing any other person enjoy, the same amenities the governor of any state, the president of any state is enjoying, is what you enjoy. And some of us who are learned, who are also working in the advanced country, who are also teaching people about how to have a better country. But when they come to Nigeria, their own country, they will tell you everything is fine. You know, after all, everything is working. Well, if he says it's working for you, glory be to God. But I believe that if it's working for you, the money that you use when you go to Nigeria, you go and hire security. If it's working for you, that money, you can use that money to go to your village, look at the less privileged family that don't have anything. You use that money to make their life better. That money that you are going to pay security, police people, they'll be carrying gun, machine gun, and following you about. If your country is safe for you, before, do you need that when you want to go from one place to another? No. But you are still saying that it's good. You build a house in Nigeria, you cannot live in the house. When you go to Nigeria, you go to hotel and live. You hide yourself in the hotel. When you want to go to your family house, you sneak into your family house. And people will come and see you by the 7 o'clock in the evening. When you want to go back to your hotel, you go by the right. Where you're supposed to go is by the left. Why do you do it? Because you don't want people to know where you are going. And you build a mansion in Nigeria where you cannot live. You build a mansion in Nigeria where your children cannot go back to stay without you paying a lot of money for security. And some of us will come to the platform everywhere because we have the privilege to have platforms everywhere. People go there, they tell you everything is working, Nigeria is going to be good. You know, at the end of the day, when you walk in the street of Nigeria, you will the song is different, right? Nigeria is working. You build your house, you buy generator, or you have this. You go to other small neighborhood. The small generating plant cannot allow you to sleep in Nigeria because everybody is cooking, right? So it's a shame to some of us who claim to be intellectuals, who claim to, who claim to know the history of Nigeria. When they come on a platform, they will tell you that we are the problem of Nigeria. I'm not the problem of Nigeria because Nigeria has not given me anything. But I have given my life for my country. They have not given me anything. So I am not the problem of Nigeria because I've never stolen anything from the government of Nigeria. I've not taken anything that belongs to any Nigerian illegally for myself. So the people that are doing this are the people who know the truth. So for anyone to come here to tell me that Nigeria is in a grave. On your mandate, you shall sink. The country has already sink already because we don't have a national anthem anymore. What we have is on your mandate, we shall sink, right? So I just believe that, one thing that I like about life, as long as you are still breathing, those things that you think that is good for other people will always come back to you. Because this is the way the life is. If it doesn't come to you, maybe your children, maybe your grandchildren, maybe your children's children. So, if anybody said that Nigeria is working, I should believe that you will also enjoy the working of Nigeria. If you say Nigeria is good, compared to where you live, I pray that each and every one of us, Nigeria will always happen to all of you who go anywhere to say that Nigeria is working. I pray, my prayer all the time is that Nigeria will continue to happen to each and every one of you. Because if Nigeria has not happened to you, that's why you say Nigeria is working. Or because Emiloko, or because of tribalism, or because of religious sentiment, you go in the public view and you say Nigeria is working. My prayer for you is that Nigeria will happen to you. If it don't happen to you today, it's going to happen to you tomorrow. Thank you, Dr. Damage.
All right. Thank you so much. Before we go to OT, I just want to use the opportunity to announce that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have a writer, a filmmaker, and Dibia. This is a traditional medicine man. It's going to be interesting. He will be talking about reincarnation, Igbo cosmology, and the search for the truth. So we will touch on all the issues in the news. He's very, very important in how he's looking at the country and events in the country. So join us tomorrow if you can at 1:30 p.m. New York time, 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time. His name is Nze Tobe Osigwe. So he will join us tomorrow at 1:30. All right, Oti, you're next.
Good evening, everyone. Right. Okay. Let me start by saying that I was a bit disappointed by James. The disappointment is this: when he had the opportunity to talk about Nigeria 65, he didn't. Hark back to his normal advocacy for the dissolution of Nigeria. This is typical of him. Believes that Nigeria has no chance, and I agree with him. And what KJ has talked about that, really, it's I think if anybody looking at the situation seriously would come to this inevitable conclusion. Kenneth said something about Nigeria since independence, have not made any progress. No, I don't. That is not correct. At least the first 6 years after independence, there was progress. So I think in if like all the regions of of Nigeria, of the country. So, but then what happened? The very basis for that progress, prosperity, and development after independence was ripped off by the first military coup, and that's where we still find ourselves today. So that means until we actually rediscover, go back to that basis, that foundation, that if like guaranteed or provided for development of Nigeria, or if like the various regions or parts of Nigeria, if we don't go back or rediscover that basis, that foundation, constitution, if you like, we're wasting our time. And from what is happening today, really, look, I will just take two examples of leadership. The crop of leaders we have in Nigeria. Now, because any kind of enterprise, especially the political one, has to depend on the quality of leaders, political leadership. There's no substitute for that. It doesn't matter, what you say or how you want to analyze it. So, because these are now, we have an individual. As I said, I'm just talking about like the crop, the quality of leaders or aspiring leaders of Nigeria, and then you have to ask yourself whether there's a prospect, there's a future for this enterprise. So there's one man, I may or may not name his, call him by name, but so this individual feels that he's so important, so competent, that it doesn't matter his age. It doesn't matter how he's part of the country from where he comes. That people from that part have been in charge, have been presidents. Even the most recent 80 years, he still thinks that is his entitlement. So with this kind of people and the mentality, and again, regardless of how whether he has a political support, it doesn't really matter. It's just all about the power, the influence I command, the wealth I command. So you ask yourself, where is that sense, understanding of this is for the people. This is a nation. We're building a nation. It's the sense of patriotism, or it's just about individual ambition, ego, and all that. So, which country? We know what leaders all over other places they do. The kind of the way they look at the world. The sacrifice they're prepared to make. Now, but this person and the people like him, where is the sense of sacrifice? Kind of a devotion. We want to build. It's a common enterprise, a common project for Nigerian people. I don't see it, and they don't hide their disdain for the Nigerian people. So you think this kind of there's hope, there's a future if we carry on like this? I don't see it. Now, the other type of like crop of leaders I want to talk about is yes, the like southeastern politicians. Okay, now, so they make this speeches, clamor in public, and say, begging the president. We're begging. So you ask yourself, these are people that are politicians, okay? They're supposed to, and when you talk about the people that are supposed to be representing, the population, that they should be driving their strength, because power belongs to the people ultimately. So a representative, they should be going forward with them, the backing of their people, the people they represent. That's where the power and strength comes from. So, and you see these politicians, the way they talk, no vision, no courage, no no inspiration. It's just almost like, okay, begging the federal government, begging Mr. President. So what kind of nation, what kind of country is this? So no. It's the best thing is just to find a way to dismantle this. And for us, our responsibility is really to be serious and think how we're going to, at least, I mean, the people that represent us, do away with them because they're not up to the job, and maybe find a way to make a new beginning. We're not going anywhere. We're wasting our time. That's why I look at it.
All right. Thank you, Oti, for that contribution. Let's see. Where is Jonaba? I saw Jonaba a moment ago. All right. If it's not there, let's go to Dexter. Dexter, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Am I on set?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, but we have background sound where you are, but it's okay.
Okay. That keyboard sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm listening to everybody. Good evening and good morning, everybody. I'm listening to everybody. I don't think there's so much to add, in the sense that I've listened to what people have said on the topics, really, that pertain to Nigeria mainly, and Nigeria at 65. I think my own thinking is, I think I listened to somebody say something this week. I listened to a podcast, and the guys inferred that democracy does not thrive where you have a large section of ignorance, because when people are ignorant, they have nothing to lose. So they can actually sell their votes for 5,000 and they don't have anything to lose. And if you look at it in that way, you find out that maybe it is to the benefit of a few in Nigeria that Nigeria remains the way it is. Because if it's benefiting them, then let the status quo remain the same. And you can see that in the running of, in the fight that Dangote has had with his refinery. Trying to keep the refinery, there's a fight, there's a pushback on him. As much as we want there to be competition, but we shouldn't kill the refinery. But you can see that there are people that have been benefiting from that system. So the question is between all of us here, because nobody is going to do this job for us. Like I've always said, at the end of the day, when we finish ranting, we have to take action. We have to come up with action plan on what we are going to do. Because at the end of the day, if there's no action plan, then maybe 50 years from now, our grandchildren will come and watch this podcast and say, our fathers were talking about this thing. What did they do? That's going to be the question. Now there's Dr. Damage's channel is now going to be in the archive forever. So 50 years from now, somebody is going to write Opebolo and somebody's name picture will appear. What did you do while your governor, Iyaloja, they have brought Iyaloja in your state? Okay? They will type KJ's face will appear. What your children will be watching, what did you do? So Dr. Damages, I'm still advocating. After we finish all our talk, we should be able to come to solutions. Is what makes the difference between the West and Africa. And we have an opportunity now with many people here have acquired knowledge. It's now time for us to integrate the solutions, adapt it to suit our home. I give you a typical example. So way back in 2009, 2009, I did a research into solar panels, installations, and all that. In fact, I wrote a software for it. Well, it was, people were not even using solar then. Now, recently, I was now doing another research into, I found out. We are all clamoring, oh, solar for Africa, that's the best energy. However, we are behind because one, the solar panels that are developed, the latest solar panels that are developed in the world, the research centers are in Europe. Now, you develop your panels based on your average temperature. So the best solar panels you have in the world today operate at between 16 to 20 degrees Celsius. If you go above that, your panel becomes inefficient. You will need more panels to generate electricity. What am I trying to say? Africa does not control the research centers. Yes, the temperatures in Africa are high. In Africa, you have 30, 35. So we are buying panels. Oh, we are installing panels. But the point is that we're installing panels at a lower, we're installing panels that are giving us lower efficiencies, and we'll buy more panels to generate the same amount of energy that will be developed, that will be generated in Europe, because the panels are efficient between 16 to 20. That's when they are optimum efficiency. Now, so until we Africans decide, look, the truth about it, like I said, this brain, all of us, is the same brain. The question is, are we putting it to work? Are we putting it to work? Research centers that will drive educational. That's why I tell Papa that if you don't drive educational growth, forget it. Intellectual property is the best property that you can have. It's not the oil in the ground. The oil in the ground is subject to your intellect. Because if you don't think of how to drill it, it will remain there. So, and that's why whatever we're doing here, we should not leave it at rant and talking about the problem. In fact, I want to start supporting Tinubu. Do you understand? So the point, yes, if you go, my point is that we have to now start articulating whether it's political, scientific, we have to start articulating what our solutions are. People might have different kinds of solutions, but let us start articulating and documenting it and releasing it for people. Let's look at what are solutions, because tomorrow we don't know what will happen, but we must take action. While the Aloja of Benin, of the whole Benin market, will be collecting 1.5 every month. They have cornered the Oba, Omonoba. I'm a Benin man. I was born in Benin City. I'm from Oredo local government, in case you don't know. Oh yeah, you hear me? Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dexter. Let me just say that this has been coming up now and
I think you're muted, Dr. Damages.
I'm not muted. Can anybody hear me?
It's not you there. We can hear both of you.
Okay.
Man.
All right. So Dexter, let me just address this. This platform is for people to share ideas, and I like what you always talk about. And people can move from here by coming together. So, for instance, if you have an idea about what to do, practical things to do, solutions, this is an opportunity. You can get people who share your idea, and you can go outside this platform to do that. And we can give this platform as a place to share your, further in progress along that direction. But we can't expect, just think about this, it's like you're listening to a radio or a podcast or a TV show. It's not going to grow into action because that's not what it's designed for, but it's an avenue for you to air that view, and people who share that idea will come together and take it to the next level. Turning Point Nigeria was supposed to be Ovie's idea, but he didn't do anything about that. He only talked.
No. Come on now. Why you have to come before you walk? Easy.
So Ovie, so it's all about taking it to the next level. And Dexter, you can lead. You can't wait for anybody. If you care about something, you have to do it. there are a lot of people who want to write a book. They have to write it. You have to start writing it. You can't just say, I want to write a book. And then other people can help, and join it. So it's always available for anybody to do that. Thank you. Let me go to Uche. Uche, welcome to the show.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Yes.
And am I coming loudly?
We can hear you.
Am I coming up?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I always greet Mr. Rudolph. Ekelemgi Wokoma. I greet everyone once again. Rudolph, I totally agree with our brother who spoke last. I totally agree with him because there are some certain things. Excuse me. I'm not started speaking now, but I want to just point out something he led about. So this issue of solar issue, it's exactly like this Christianity something the Europeans or these people, they brought it in Africa and they have left it. So the old people now continue it here and they will take it and they will run with it and we are dying with it. And the issue of solar he's talking about, these people, they are doing things that work for them based on their system. And Africa now we like solar, but it will not work for us because we have always heavy rain when the time of raining. Here, they don't have heavy rain. So I just point out what he said is, I totally agree with it. And I always suggest like someone like him, you can gather many of us here who are willing to take what we are talking about here, the things we discuss, critical things we discuss here. You can sacrifice, take us to one platform, we discuss and we take action. Rudolph have made it clear to everyone many times that here is like a place of broadcast. So we speak here, people should listen and they take our advice or so all those things. So Rudolph, I want to point out some certain things based on what these discussions today. Maybe about Imo State, I don't know, you point out about it, President visiting Imo State. So when Hope Uzodinma, blowing everything in the air, all those old men with the old grammar and how they go their night school. So we know these things. So telling us all the lies. He do this, he do that, publishing his book. So it's not real. It's not real. And maybe we should also remember about Julius Malema. I think it's a real news, if I may say. Julius Malema in South Africa, they want to deal with him based on Donald Trump gang, with the white people in South Africa. They want to, but they should bear it in mind that African youth have left the old system and we are now ready to take it anywhere they want it. We don't care. We sacrifice to do it. Somebody like Julius Malema can never be silent. Can never. Donald Trump with anyone can never be silent. Somebody like Julius Malema take it one-on-one, toe-to-toe, anywhere they want it. It can only take our life and people will continue. We don't take this in anymore. So I want to speak about the issue of look at what's happening in Edo. That's a larger of a thing. Let me tell all of us and Nigerians, they want to bring this in Imo State. And if not, we have somebody like Nonsonkwa. Many of us know him, Nonsonkwa. This larger of a thing, by now it could have been existing in Imo State. Because APC with his demon system, the church don't want to speak about a kind of demon that is existing now, not the old demon they are telling us, our forefathers, our system that we have demon. No, this is the real demon happening in our own time, APC, which Okorocha brought in Imo State. They are dealing, they are dealing with us where we cannot speak, but I don't think it's possible to close our mouth. When you remember, they want to take, there is a place they want to take from Imo State to give to a camp, what do they call it, all this camp of a thing. Nonsonkwa spoke about, they get him arrested, they want to close his mouth. If they achieve such a thing, this theology is a thing is a common thing. They could have forestalled it in Imo State now. but we rejected it. Because we rejected that, this Olojo thing will not bring and the Benin, should I call it the Edo people, if they did not rise, Imo State, how they are hearing about Imo State now, will be better than Edo. Because the worst of it that the person they saw there, this is just starting. And they not up to 1 year. Or maybe 1 year. What is going on there? Before 4 years, that place will be turned to another thing, which some people will be asking. When did this kind of a thing started? How did we reach, Nigerian comment? How did we reach this level? But now they are bringing it like one after the other. It left for them. So I wanna speak to issue of let me just touch a bit issue of youth. Rudolph, I think when any youth come in your platform, give us little time to speak. This is our generation. The old generation, they are passing like gradually, small. These our elders. But we have to speak our mind so that any angle, the elders we know they will help us to achieve better life for humanity. I think they will contribute. But we the youth, this thing is busting our head. How can we keep this thing again to our children? I don't think it's possible. Please, give us little time. Anytime you see a youth on your platform, let's speak our mind. Let's tell the Nigerian, all these leaders, how it's telling us and the reality we are seeing on the ground, how they are governing us is not acceptable for any angle.
All right.
We can never be joyful in a foreign land, being how did they say it, a happy slave. We are not happy slaves. We didn't accept it, but some of these leaders are trying to make us to be happy slaves. When somebody tell you we employ 4,000 people in Canada, this what is that? What is the meaning? What is the meaning? Those that create that job in Canada, and they're not human beings like you. I don't know government. So what are you doing in your own state? You wanna push 4,000 youth, and you see those mumu will be shouting, hey, because our brain has already been brainwashed to be in Canada to employ 4,000 youth. I youth.
All right. Thank you so much, Uche, for that contribution. Let's switch gears now, because we've spent more than almost 2 hours on this Nigeria's independence anniversary. Let's move to the other issue that I was surprised that people were having issues with, the appointment of the first female Archbishop of Canterbury. It's a problem for some people in Nigeria and most parts of Africa, which was surprising for me. But let's look at that and also connect it to Japan. They are going to have their first prime minister, who will be a female prime minister of Japan. So the world is changing. It appears there are some people who are not willing to see those changes. And I want to hear from you guys. Why are people having issues with a female archbishop? Because we already have a female bishop everywhere, in America, in the UK. I don't know if there's any in Nigeria. I don't think there's any. But it's something that is going on across the world. And what will the church, for those who are Anglicans, what are they going to do? And how will this impact because if you go to the Pentecostal church, all right, we have to get Ndubisi out. There's noise where he is. If you have to go to if you go to the Pentecostal churches in Nigeria, there are female pastors, there are female leaders. T.B. Joshua, the wife is in charge of the church. She could as well be the Archbishop of whatever the name of the church is. So why is that a problem that the Archbishop of Canterbury will be a woman? Let me start with you. You can connect it to the Japanese story. Like they're going to have their first prime minister, which for them is something unusual for them too. It's not something they're familiar with, having a female leader as the head of their government. And we see. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. I greet my brothers on the panel here. Do I start with that or do I talk about our country?
No, we are not.
Our,
We are done with our
our,
country. You came
our
in.
country is boiling.
We are done. We'll come back to
We
that.
can't go.
We want to
Okay.
finish with this stuff.
Well, for the Japanese situation, it's a good step. Japan has been a democracy for a long time now, and a very progressive one at that. So I guess they just had an election for the Liberal Democrats, and then they, I think the lady was qualified. I think she contested among other people, and then she won. So I think they are comfortable with it. I don't think Japan is averse to having a female prime minister. They talk themselves as a liberal democracy where rule of law prevails. So the law didn't say woman cannot become party leader, and at the party's parliamentary system, if the ruling party produces a new leader, the person automatically becomes the prime minister. So that takes care of that. I don't think it's not left for her to do like Margaret Thatcher did, or like other female president or prime minister, or like former German chancellor Angela Merkel. So she has some ladies before her, though from other countries, to look up to inspire her to do well. And I think they have some economic concerns over there. I think she's well learned, and she will do well to move the country forward, putting together a team, a good team that can help her lead Japan. For the new Archbishop of Canterbury, the Anglican Communion or the Church of England is their call. They have that decision, and then they've made it. Those who don't like it will have to live with it. Insofar she will follow the tenets of the Bible and lead with by example. I don't think there's any problem in that regard because that's their own system. They allow in the Anglican Church, they allow, unlike the Catholic Church, where it is only males that are priests and goes up the ladder. But for the Anglican Church, I think they have that in England. So that is it. Other churches, other Anglican communion in Africa, if they have autonomy and they don't want to go that way, they can keep it the way it is. But the bottom line is this: how do they help society to get better with all these arrangements? That is what the world is grappling with. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Ovie, what's your take on these two developing stories?
I mean, I think to me, there's nothing new there. I'm just hearing it from the first time from your platform about the female becoming a leader of the Anglican Church. I don't know who are those people pushing back.
Oh, there is this group in the Anglican Church. You know, there's already a split when they made a gay man, a gay bishop, a gay man, a bishop. So the African Church is left. Some of them, most of them. But now that they are going to have a female, some people are quoting the Bible. I don't know where, I don't know the Bible that much, but they're quoting the Bible that you shouldn't have a bishop, a female bishop or archdeacon, archbishop, not archdeacon, archbishop. So that's like the peak of the head of the church. So.
Well, when they disagree with the Catholic Church, they form so they can as well start their own favorite. Because why I ask, because I mean, we're talking about the United Kingdom that had a female prime minister as queen, so I kind of surprising to me that people are pushing back to have a female. But I get the point. I mean, if you say it's coming from within, of course, now your men are interested in that they want to shut in their ration. So I get the point. There's nothing to do about that. But I mean, because I'm finding it hard until the day when the American president or Nigerian female president, American female president or Nigerian female president, then I'll think, okay, things are changing. But from my own from my own stand of things are not changing. Even listen to my Oba, when talking about this yellow Jaffet, they gave a brief history of how democratic we are in terms of allowing women to actually choose their leader, not necessarily somebody who come from outside to choose their leader for them, but for some kind of reason, all those kind of important history flew over everybody's head and they are saying something else. But I get the point. So when you talk of female leadership, I don't think it's strange to the Benin Kingdom. But I mean, you can also argue that the Oba that throne has never experienced a female. I don't think there's any change to that. But overall, it's always I find it difficult to relate or understand whenever people are having a pushback in terms of a female leader, because where I'm coming from, it's not something that's strange to me. So it's I mean, that's why when they are bringing the Aloja, it's not. I mean, because my mom used the opportunity to actually analyze what the Oba said. I think he started by acknowledging the president's role in terms of projecting women. Whether Bola Tinubu was in for women, you don't know. But this I'm talking about is the speech now. You first of all acknowledge, the role that her father is playing in terms of projecting women, which he said that is a tradition in Edo State. But at the same time, he also went ahead to tell them that yes, that title may be titled somewhere else, but in our own kingdom, that's foreign to us. We don't accept that. Then another thing again is the process, the democratic process. As I said, Oba say yes, I might be the Oba of the kingdom, but how each market appoints their leader is actually a prerogative in the democratic process. He doesn't have any influence. Now, either you agree with him or not, but at the end of the whole process, they will also come together, elect their leader. Just like I see this in the Senate, get the Senate president. Then he went ahead to actually establish the special role that whoever that the market women chose has a special role between the market women and the palace. I mean, again, you can also read all sorts of meaning to that. It's a way to control them. But I think for me, the most importantly, our people say if you see rabbit for town in the afternoon, that's something they chase them or they chase person. So seeing this president daughter in Benin, they're after something. What are they after? The political structure of the market women. It's not new. What somebody who is following it about a background story. Sheyi was on national tour with the Minister of Youth beside him, was going from the King's House to universities and the radio's house. What do you think that is about? That is taking over the structure of the Nigerian you started from the university. So other than the news headline or the criticism, there's a reason why all this thing is happening. And again, from the governor's personal point of view, what choice does he have? But the most important thing, what he has to do first is to admonish the palace, hey, this is what is happening, this is what is coming. They intimate them. Even if Yoba said it, they have to discuss it within the king to say, okay, this is what is going to happen, this is what is coming. And when she appeared, the necessary step was taken. Of course, this is power play at the highest level, right? They will have their way. The only thing that will happen is that the name will not change, the process of electing the women will not change. But are they going to finally, maybe along the line, finally have the grip of the structure and use it to their own benefit? Come 2027, I will not bet my life on that. Yes, it's going to happen. But to me, I think there's more under the scene than
All right, thank you, Ovie. KJ.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rudolph. I'm just laughing here. Is Ovie trying to, by all means, to convince us that what is going on is normal? I don't understand where you're going, Ovie.
No, now people where they lose. Now people where they lose, they try to convince. We are winning. How can I be convincing when we are winning?
The custom and tradition of the people of Edo State is very clear. And the Oba made it very clear. I'm surprised that you're not arguing that the Yorubas going to take over Benin. But if it was the Igbos, we will have all gone to the market to shout about it. No, so this lady comes to the palace, which is not part of the question you are asking in the first place. That's why I'm laughing. So let's leave that apart.
We're talking about women leadership. To which my Oba talking
okay,
about.
So
follow, listen to understand, not to argue.
All right. There's nothing about this women leadership because the yellow day of it has always been a woman, so it's not been a case in point. But however, let me go straight to what I think Rudolph wants to talk about, which is the Anglican Communion. The Anglican Communion, the Nigerian Anglican Church has long removed itself from that of England. So whatever they seem to be doing there is not going to affect the Nigerian Church. The Nigerian Church disassociated itself from the English one when they said to ordain gay priests. And the Nigerian Church said, no, that is against the Bible that we are all carrying. Now, what is the problem here? They are quoting the part of Paul, where he said that a bishop should be a husband of one wife. So if a bishop becomes a lady, can she be a husband of one wife? You know, because a husband is supposed to be a man. So that is where the point, the problem comes from. And then, of course, they also quoting the scripture that says that a woman should be quiet in the assembly. But you see, that also is taken out of content. But we're not here to talk about the scripture, so I won't go into that. Now, the only thing I can say is that there's nothing wrong. I'm not one of those who believe that a woman should not preach, a woman should not head a ministry. You are quoting T.B. Joshua. There are other women who head organizations bigger than even that of T.B. Joshua. The late Archbishop Dahosa, it is his wife that leads the ministry. The late Pastor Ina of Omaku, it is his wife that leads the ministry. And many more, I can go on and on. And, who have passed and their wives are leading the ministry. Only people with certain, and I won't say they're wrong. That's their own denomination. Everybody have their own form of understanding of the things of God. It's just like going to school. You can write on one subject where all of you take a different dimension, writing about it. And so that is what it is. With the issue of Japan, the women are actually more. Women population in Japan is 51%. So if the women organize themselves properly, they can win any election and they can keep on to power forever. Now, also remember that in those those parts of the countries, because of the population of the women are mostly more active in active economic activities, much more than their men. So it's sometimes a bit, let me say they've come of age. Let me say things are changing, just like you said. The world has evolved, and it's still evolving, even as we're talking. Because we have not before seen a colonel called generals and address them, but we're seeing it in the world now. I watched that and I was just feeling so sad for the general sitting there and listening to somebody that's not even a full, redneck officer telling generals, 4-star, 5-star generals on what they should be doing. So sometimes you see those things, you are able to stomach it, or if you can't stomach it, you throw in the towel and say, look, I've had enough of you guys and I'm gone. But that's because the world is changing. The world is changing because a man throws in a particular, his view of how the peace should come, and everybody jumping to take it because he said this is the last option for all of you. If you don't take it, well, and the word has a lot of meaning, a lot of power, power attached to it. And so you are scrambling to take it, and before, he changes his mind. So the world is actually evolving, and we should wake up to the reality that's on ground. Unfortunately, our nation is not waking up to that, and that's the most saddest part of it. We are still playing politics and stupid politics with it. We are still not opening our eyes to see that where we are, we have been left behind, and we need more sharper minds, more articulation, more planning to bring ourselves to where we want to go. And it's going to, before we wake up, we'll find out that we are among the least that I'm talked about, even though we have a large population. And I pray that some of the leaders wake up before it gets to that point. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. I'm looking at the time and I'm worried that we may not get enough chance to weigh in on other things that I want us to weigh in. So I will limit the time that people speak to 3 minutes, please, so that we can get to other things. You aren't ready. Go ahead.
Yeah, so for me, I love women, so I'm not against women actually, but I mean, in the Bible says in the beginning he created Adam and Eve, but he created Adam first, right? And then he discovered that a man needs a helper, and then he created the female to help him. So I can understand where those people are coming from. The wokeness in the UK is too much, and when you try, even Jesus never had a female disciple. So I see no reason why you would have a female archbishop. I mean, that's their problem. They can deal with that. But when you relate that to what's happening in Nigerian churches, like the Pentecostal churches, and you say the synagogue is overtaken by his wife, blah, 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 those things are business empires. They are not churches. Those ones are business empires. A real church. So does it mean that they don't have senior pastors that are next to their husbands who were males that can't take over the church? They're all business empires. We don't want to go into that. Pentecostal churches, we are not going there. But when it comes to Japan, like KJ rightly said, the population of the people, there are more women in Japan, so that is understandable. But at the same time, from my perspective, looking at it from my perspective, the political, when it comes to politics, leadership, of a country, there are political power tussles involved, there are emotional entities involved, there are a lot of things involved. It's so stressful. I don't think women are built for that. I don't think so. I think a woman can, take over, be a president and CEO of a company, but leading a country is a different ballgame. So I don't think
hold on.
women are built for that.
Hold on. Are you saying that Margaret Thatcher and Merkel, the one in Germany, and where there are many women that did that very well for many years? Are you saying that they didn't do well? What is the reason behind that? And we've not given a lot of them chances. It's not like you can point at 50 of them that govern major countries in the world to be able to say that they didn't meet up to the expectations.
Well, in Germany, the female chancellor in Germany, you saw how she messed up the immigration system over there.
What do you call messed up? Because what you are referring to was bringing in 2 million people from the Middle East. These are young people who are interested in working, and the country is not able to maintain their standard of living if they don't get workers from somewhere. It was necessity. They were not forced to do that. Nobody forced them.
You bring in people who have different beliefs as yours, and you expect not to have chaos.
Where would they bring them? They brought people that were available, people who wanted to come to Germany.
No, she was emotional about it. That's the point. She was emotional about it. It's all about emotion. Women are moved by emotion. Men are critical thinkers. We think critically. We forget about emotions first. We think. That's the reason why a man can handle the ups and downs of politics. Wow. Things that has to do with leadership. Power plays that are involved.
This is how you say. So one day
I'm so sorry. I love women, but I mean, there's a limit to it. Like there should be when it comes to power play, political power shifts, power tussle, the stress involved, they are not meant to handle that.
Wow.
They're not beautiful.
All right. I won't debate you. This is wonderful. But one day we'll have that. I think I like your viewpoint and how you don't fear to go to some places, and one day we'll find a way to have proper debates, not just talking about issues, but really zero in on one thing and have time to have that conversation. Oti, welcome to the show.
Okay, thank you. So the question about women leadership. Okay, now for political leadership, the Prime Minister of Japan, a woman. Well, if she's the best person for the job, I don't have a problem. A woman can be an effective, good political leader or a leader of any other kind of organization. But when it comes to the church, it's a different ballgame. But of course, I think it's really rather a matter for members of the Anglican Church of England congregation. But speaking as a Catholic, we have a different understanding of priesthood. So, all organizations that call themselves a church, it may not be a church in the real sense. Okay. So, and the Catholic Church, there's a reason why the priesthood is an office for men only. You see, the church is regarded as is mother church. Church is a mother, right? And is supposed to be a bride of Christ. Okay, so and again the priest is an other Christ, so is representing Christ, kind of a replicate. And when the priest celebrates mass, it's it's the same sacrifice Christ performed. That's what is being enacted. And Christ, of course, was a man, and there is a reason why he is son of God. He chose 12 apostles, and so in the Anglican Communion, really their pastors and are not really priests in the real sense. So for the Anglican Archbishop of Canterbury being a woman, well, it's they missed the boat, So it's not really I don't know. It's, as I said, it's a matter for them, because as I said, it's not what they have there. It's not a real priesthood, and the bishop, they lost their way, So and it's only going downhill. I don't see any, So yes, it's a matter for them, quite frankly. So that's the way. But it's not theologically speaking in the real Christian, orthodoxy and on the ontological aspect of what Christianity is about. That should not obtain. Okay.
All right, Oti, thank you so much. I want to hear from a pastor before I hear from comparable facts. Pastor Jonaba, who is removing Jonaba? I bring up Jonaba, he disappears. Jonaba, I don't know what's going on.
Well, you see there.
Oh, okay. Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me. And thank you, fellow panelists. It's a good evening to be with you guys.
So, Jonaba, yeah, you are aware of what we're discussing?
Yeah, this aquatic group of people who make their own decision. What is my business? Whether they make 12 women, they are supposed to look that follow them.
But do you have a problem with a woman being a leader of a church?
No, women can do anything, but unfortunately, their follow-up is not aggressive as they campaign to be. You have women in your platform here who have hosted 2 or 3 times and shout, where are my brother, my sisters now? They are no more here. So I think they are wired for different things. I mean, they can do anything a man can do. But then we have this women show that we used to go in the evening to talk. Where are they now? So women can start anything. In Japan, they are like a town in, I don't know whether you have watched that movie. The majority of that town in Alabama, I think it's Augusta or whatever, are black people, but their mayor is white. So people can start anything. Women have different strength, but as far as leadership is concerned, any one of them that inspired to be, they have get support of men. Women have get support of men to be where they are than fellow women in supporting them to become who they want to be. So if the world right now in number of women that will be a world leader, if it's go by number, women will be the one, but why they are not? So it is what it is. I don't want to go into the politics. I want to sleep in my bed tonight, so I don't want to talk about that.
All right.
So, yeah. But more importantly, why I was trying to come in was we should be sensitive to when people come to the platform just to throw a bait and we fall in it. Everybody know if you have follow that woman or something like that. So when we talk about Nigeria at 65, and his own opinion was that great. He have a right to his opinion and express it the way he did, but there's no man or woman that has a value on yourself, and it's not the same value you extend to another fellow human being. When you can look at Nigerian today, if you are not dishonest, a set of people who have lived to a God-given potentials, have shown us how to live a good life, are the people is accusing that today they are primitive and all of that. And what is the definition of primitiveness when you have a dark view of any other human being? So we should not buy into that. But then if it's something that we have Yoruba bigot, we have all the tribe, we have Igbo on. I think some of these people, history will judge us. what we say. We can buy into whatever we are getting, whether it's influence, whether it's a position, or whether it's being speaking for your tribal people. But history will not be kind to us in time to come when we will be revealed that who and who have said things, have done this in mankind, especially speaking to Black nations, and who have taken us backward. And what do we do? We all have a question to answer in the long run. So let us be careful of what we think we can just put out just because we want to keep dividing each other. I believe that if it's Obi is the president today, I believe people will give excuse to him that we have gone through so many wars, been to the war, and we are not recovering. The economic is slow down. There will be that kind of excuse, but we should not drag ourselves to the mud in order just to say that we are standing for our people. But it's not, and it's also a political setup. When we say that it's a political setup, is that I personally, if I'm running for national stage and you bring Obi to go with issue of the demolish in Lagos and to speak with the Igbo community over there, I would do it differently, even as unpopular uh, compared to Obi. I will not go like that. More is entitled to, but those are the setup that you guys we believe that Obi should not to buy into it. And if at all he do that, then you do that because you are running for the office of the country. You are representing all people. You have to be sensitive to everything and political sector to say, oh, there are a lot of followers that voted for Obi in Lagos State. He won Lagos is not because of people voted for him. There are a lot of Lagosians until today, and even if election will be held today, there will be a lot of Yorubas that vote for Obi, and so also to this thing. So let us not buy into this thing. Let us be careful that history is watching us, that we cannot continue to tear ourselves down and tear the nation down thinking we are building it. You all have right to be angry that in 65 years we are still there, don't have a good hospital. Armed robber is going to attack a journalist and she will be jumping from third floor to her death in Abuja. Well, and he got to the hospital and nowhere. We all have a lot to say, but in all of us, we say that the question is that what we, the citizens, do, because there is nowhere, as I wrap up, there's no nation on earth that is not the citizen that will rise above the slave masters or the oppressors. It's the citizen that rise up to it. So let's speak to those things that we, all the people, can say, this is what I have done. I've done my own part. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John Abba, for that take on everything. Comparable facts. We're rounding up on this topic quickly.
Okay.
I want to get to.
I'm not going to take too much.
Just take me off.
No. I will. I'll come to you and.
Let me start with John Abba. Thank you, John Abba. I always respect your opinion, but I beg to disagree with you when it comes to that something about Obi to Lagos. He was invited, so he has a right to address it. And in my own opinion, the way he addressed it, he said they should go through the right channel. So I don't see anything wrong with that. But having said that, I was surprised about KJ, when he said something about Hesak, the way he speaks. I thought he was going to go like my brother here, Kenneth was, Kenneth is going to support anything, but I thought KJ was going to go through that way. Then the next person I need to talk about is UN Ready. I think he kind of brings something that happened during the American election. I have a lot of friends, male friends, the reason why they didn't vote, for Kamala Harris. These women are very emotional. I think they use something that happened in their office. We are women of hierarchy. They don't want to take order from women, the way women talk to them, So they feel like women are emotional. They are not ready to lead. They say you can't have somebody who is very emotional to lead a country. So that's the angle that he's coming from. It's not something new when it comes to men. A lot of men feel like that. So having said that, let's talk about the present topic. The Anglican Church. I've never even had that story until here, so I'm not going to talk too much about that. But because I don't know about the Anglican Church doctrine, but if I had to just say something about it, didn't they borrow the doctrine from England? And they have had a female bishop. So what's different when it comes to Nigerian, Nigerian one? Is it because of our tradition or whatever? They feel like women are not ready to, be on top of that position. That maybe that may be the case. Like I said, I'm not really familiar with that. I just had it here the first time. So that's all I'm going to say. That on the context of Japan, I think it has to do with gender in politics in Japan. If you look at the way the Japan policy is very structured, they only have about 10% of female that occupy, the lower chamber of their politics. They don't have a lot of female, in their political angle. Probably has to do with tradition, culture, and something like that. So it's very, very difficult for them to have. They never have a female prime minister before, but it's a good thing. There's a lot of implication, in what actually happened. What does it mean in politics? You can say, it shattered the glass ceiling, like we're supposed to have had in America. We never come to fruition, So there's a lot of implication. One of them, you can say, symbolic breakthrough, globally. If we see that women are supposed to occupy such a place, policy influence. That's one of them. It shifts the global narrative, that women should have the power equally like men. I mean, after all, they have more women. We are not smarter than them. Unless some of these men here are going to feel like women are inferior, which is not true. Women are as equal smarter, as smart as we are. I think it's a good thing. It's like a pushback resistance. It's kind of influence the world that women have the right. Maybe some other developed country, like I said, Japan has never had a female prime minister before. So it has a global implication. Even in Asia, where they arm that women can equally do what men can do. I mean, maybe not physically, but intellectually. Women are as intelligent as after all. We have, if you look at the colleges here, where we are in USA, we have more female than men. And if you go to a lot of us here, probably go to went to school here. Women, I mean, they have. I mean, if you look at during the graduation, more women, accumulate, cumulative, during the ceremony and something like that. So it's about time, we should get away from this thing about women. Women are not ready, we are equal. I mean, some of you here, you're like being left behind when you denigrate women. So I can only speak up for myself. I know, I know the family we are from. I know the upper hierarchy, which my wife occupied. So I cherish that, and we are equal. Even she may be more educated than I, but we are pretty much equal. And I'm the man of the house. So having said that, you men should kind of reason a little bit. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Comparable.
Please, women are smart and smarter than men. I never question their smartness. I never question their intellectual capacity. In fact, if you take an average, women are smarter. Women go to school. Women are more educated. So please, I love my women. I'm not in there. We're just talking about political power. That's it.
So there's something that Comparable Facts said. Women are smart as men. And we've spent the first 2 hours here talking about Nigeria, how it failed. And Nigeria was led by men. I don't know why you can say that they are smart as we are, and yet we failed. Instead of saying that the men that ran the country for the past 65 years, they failed, it's men. And then people are saying that we shouldn't give women any chance because we have done it well, or that because we failed. I don't know. Anyway,
we are here talking about how to fix the country. Where are the women among us? Where are they?
Well, this is what I'm hearing from the women. They are saying you guys don't give them chance. You guys bully them like okay, someone said like
no, we give them chance, but we don't allow them to bully us.
Wow. But political leadership is not run by one person now. Now structure, all this government, president, anybody can do it. I mean, I don't know what they say woman or they don't have the capacity.
Anyway, let me go. Bye-bye, Dr. Rudolph.
It's all about the structure in that society. If the structures are not strong enough, anybody will fail. It doesn't have to be a woman or man.
Okay, so let's get to everybody. Ike, go ahead. Thank you.
Congratulations to the people of Japan. It's a good thing. And for the Anglican Communion, I think it's their decision to appoint a woman as the.
We can't hear you again. Ike, you are muted.
Thank you. Yeah, say congratulations to the people of Japan for electing their first prime minister of a woman. In some African countries today, I can't remember one or two now. They have a female president, and we had one before in Liberia.
I don't know what's going on with you, Ike. It goes off and on. I think, are you playing with your computer or something?
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I said Liberia, we had a former president of Liberia was a woman, Sally Johnson. And I think in one or two African countries now you have women president. So I don't see why people should say politically women should not. They are very, very emotional. Most of us men, we think from our anus also. Most men do crazy stuff more than what women can do. So Rudolph just gave an example. For 65 years, it has been all men that have plunged that country into where we are. They plunged the country into why most of us are outside Nigeria. So why is it that a woman cannot handle political office? Angela Merkel of Germany was a powerful prime minister. You couldn't write her off during her time as the prime minister of Germany. So what is it about women that my wife is in office, is the boss of the office? It doesn't necessarily mean that if she's not doing her job well, they fire her. That's what it's supposed to be. So you don't take that from the woman, that the woman is in a position of authority. They have the political will, they have the political charisma to lead anywhere, in any organization, a country, organizations, institutions, they do better. So for me personally, I think it's a good thing that we begin to recognize that. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, which president mostly is more powerful than her in the world? So what is it about women don't have the political power to do stuff, And finally, I end like this. I want to dispel an impression that my brother John Herbert created here about Mr. Peter Obi going to Lagos. I don't really know what Nigerians want this man to do, honestly speaking. If Mr. Peter Obi don't speak, people will say, why did he not speak? If he doesn't visit, people will say, why didn't he go? If he decides to not go, people will say, why did he not go? He want to be the president of Nigeria. What really do Nigerians want? Is he the only political person that they have in Nigeria? Mr. Peter Obi has visited every state where there is a crisis, where there was a problem. He was in Niger State. He was in Bauchi State. He was in almost every state. It was in his own state, Benue State, that the governor refused him to go to Benue State. He was in Nasarawa. He was in Plateau State. Which state has Mr. Peter Obi has not visited in Nigeria because of calamities that are falling onto people in Nigeria? Why is it that people when they hear the name of Mr. Peter Obi, it's like they can't withstand that? If Mr. Peter Obi don't make a comment in 2 days in national newspaper, it is, where is Mr. Peter Obi? Why didn't he not say anything? What does Nigeria really want? Mr. Peter Obi did not go to Lagos because he's an Igbo man. He is a political figure in Nigeria, for Christ's sake. He's a Nigerian. Have we divided the country? Is Lagos not part of Nigeria? If he's going to be president tomorrow, is he not going to be president of part of? He's not going to be president of people in Lagos State. What are we really talking about? What do we Nigeria really want? For Christ's sake.
All right, thank you, Ike. This is a kind of rant that we are going to do after we go around. I like that.
I just want to tell Ike, Igbos are immigrants in Lagos, so please get your facts and be happy with it.
Can I go ahead? Can I be honest?
Yeah, thank you very much. While listening to this, my brother, what's his name again? We aren't ready, right?
You aren't ready.
Yes. So the only thing that came to my mind was like, oh, I think
this is one of the things where men will say, ladies first to their own, spectacles, But when it comes to doing the job, ladies are being relegated to the back seat. But if they want to feed their eyes, they will say ladies first. But the thing is, we have successful women, both in Nigeria and elsewhere. But when you want to compare Nigeria and Japan, it's like comparing rat and elephant. Is a problem of
who is the rat? Who is the rat and who is the elephant?
Elephant is civilized world, and a rat is Nigeria. So now we have a problem, a cultural problem. In Japan, women are more empowered. Women are built, to be part of the society. But on the other hand, in Nigeria, we have where women are being relegated to second-class citizens. And the annoying part is that most of them have accepted to be second-class citizens. And even a one-time president of that country said that his wife belonged to the other room, right? So they've accepted to be relegated to the other part of the building. But we've forgotten that it's the same women that gave birth to us. Like this guy, this my Oga, Dr. John Abba, said that he should be mindful of what he says, otherwise his bed will not be comfortable for him. So you still need them in anywhere. But the thing is, when it comes to Nigeria, Anglican Communion, just as they said, one is trying to be more Catholic than the Pope. I think Anglican Communion is trying to be more Archbishop than the it's trying to be more Anglican than the Archbishop of Canterbury, right? Now they're trying to be more righteous than their maker. Their maker being the Church of England. This is where they come from, right? If the Church of England is changing the tune of the music, it's either you dance or you pull out. And if you decide to pull out, the traditional worshippers will be all hands open to welcome you. If you want to go back to Catholic, then they are there to welcome you. If you want to go to Pentecostal, they are there to welcome you. Don't be confusing yourself. Your head, the Archbishop of Canterbury, is a woman. So it's either you accept to have a woman Archbishop, or you tell us where you belong, because you cannot be practicing Anglican Church and then you are now pulling away from the doctrines of Anglican. That doesn't make sense. Even the APC party, all what they call them, the current political party, I don't know the meaning of that APC, we had women archbishops created by APC diocese in 2022 to 2023 election. Have you guys forgotten where we have one Archbishop Chinwendo, a woman from APC diocese? We are now trying to see women. They we need to really look into some of our culture or tradition or beliefs. That a woman is more emotional to become a leader than a man. I don't know where that claim is coming from. I don't know who made that study and came up with that fact. But I don't believe in that. I believe that women can handle any position. I have girls, and I'm training them to be leaders. I'm not training them to be in the other room, right? So if we want to accept women as being equal, we should accept them in all ramifications, not choose and pick where we think they fit in and where we think they are not fit, fit to lead. We had Dr. What's her name? Dora Akunyeli. Presently we have Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. They are all Nigerians. And the irony is that they are from the primitive region, the geopolitical region of that country.
while the civilized region, we've never had any woman leader from that place. And that's still, I don't want to go back to that one man, but it's a culture thing, and we need to adjust some of these cultures or tradition or way of life. Trying to subject women to second-class citizen is something that I don't accept. And the unfortunate part is that the women, the only place you see them flexing powers is when it comes to fighting for tea and bread, the Omada tea and bread. You leave the most important thing and you're fighting about tea and bread. You allow these people that think from, I say that they think from their anus, to lead you for how many years now? Sorry, I had a sleep when I was saying that Nigeria is 67. No, it was a sleep. I think I got that from Obe. But yeah, for 65 years, men, they've been leading you to nowhere, leading you to suffering, leading you to poverty, leading you to retrogressions. So it is time for women to really come up in a society and take up position like the one we have in Edo State. That guy need to go, man, so that a woman from Edo State will take over. Even the one we have in Anambra State need to go. Yeah, we need a woman, but unfortunately, I don't know what is wrong with the women, man. They should come up. We'll vote for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. I think I have only Uche, and who else is left? Uche and CSC Prince Akwachi. Dexter, did you? Okay, Uche, quickly. Let's go 2 minutes so that we can get to. My time is running out. Get to rant. Yeah, go ahead, Uche.
Okay. Also, just chip in 1 or 2 words about the issue of women being bishop in what is the name of that country. So, we are not civilized enough to accept women to lead to lead us in Africa or Nigeria. But whether women are doing, are they doing good enough? They are trying their best. They are trying their best. I must say it really. If not women, we could have here way. But coming to leadership for them to lead us, like in pastoral something, or I think it will be difficult. I just want to give an example. Go to US or UK today, mainly these 2 places. You will hear the story and the history about the Nigerian women, African women, Ghanaian women. That is how they are dealing with their husband there. And it's like they love divorce, like so if you pick one of those, because they always I would say they always like to lead a buga, that kind of word. So when you pick one of them to lead, because they have the resources, if I may say, and those are close to politicians, the men that can give them money, sponsor them to do the campaign, whether church, because church, everything have turned to politics, mainly how Africans are playing this system. So I can give you, I can tell you about this issue of Biafran of 13. In IPOB, the people that sponsored, not IPOB, in autopilot, the people that sponsored Simon Ekpa to destroy this system, to make it look like people should be, whether Biafra should reject this issue of restoring Biafra, people on the ground. So, like dealing with them with the name of Biafra. So, the women, American women, pushed out the money. I don't know where they're getting the money. Whether the politicians give them money to destroy the system of IPOB, coming for Biafra. They sponsored Simon by being thrown onto with him. Angle to angle. So excuse me. I don't want to come because when I hear your comments about this Simon Ekpa 13, you're supposed to be one side with shame.
Don't come and be lying to us here.
No. Okay. If you see me, I will tell you the history. So don't interrupt my time. Nobody interrupt your time. Don't interrupt our time because you could have been ashamed now by leading Simon Ekpa to be in jail.
Here. We have
yeah,
a topic.
because I give you an example. Can I give you an example? So don't interrupt me, please. Please, okay. So what I'm saying about this is that women, I say they are good, but for them to lead us in church or in it. So this country we are mentioning now, they are civilized. Based on their civilized.
What is
if their women
being civilized? Who is stopping us? Why are we not civilized?
Rudolph,
yes,
listen, the history is there. Rudolph, the history is there. I know that you don't want to divert me a bit, but the history is there. We are not civilized. Totally, we are not civilized. Peter B, our senior brother Peter B is trying to put our senior brother Peter B and their show. They are trying to push us to be civilized, but people are not paying attention. So let's leave. We know that we are not civilized. So I want to remind us something. Nigerians are listening. Let us remind us something. That October 1st, they are celebrating, whether they are celebrating with the hungry or now they are not celebrating. The history of October 1st in 2025 should go down with, or should lead in history with, demolition Igbo structure in Lagos. The marginalization we are talking about, they are not stopping, rather they are increasing. So if you go to the history, that October 1st, 2025, we remembered with Nigeria, Lagos government demolishing people's root properties having they're having. So let me not go taking too much of my time because.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's get to
thank you.
Prince Akwachi before we. Did I miss anybody down? Anybody? Oh yeah, Dexter. Okay, Akwachi, go ahead.
I never rant so.
No, we're not ranting. Yeah,
we are not ranting. Are we ranting?
No, but I think maybe we should just go ahead and do that because I see forefathers.
Okay,
here.
So that means you give me up to 10 minutes now. Oh dear, why is it that every time I want to talk, you want to interrupt me? Now you come in with your own now.
But is right now, you end up ranting, so there's no point. Just
Hey, Jesus Christ! Hey,
Rudolph, you can put me at the backstage because I want to join another meeting.
All right. Let me start. No, Aguche. Oh, Dr. Rudolph, why did you take Uche off?
We can hear you where he is. Don't worry.
Okay. You know one thing. Let me start with the bishop of the lady of a thing. You know what? The first thing I want to say to every Christian who have criticized that woman being a bishop, shame on you. You are Deputy Jesus, but you cannot follow a simple instruction that he left. And what is the simple instruction? Love thy neighbor as thyself. That your neighbor is not only a male. Your neighbor could be your wife. Your neighbor could be your mother. Your neighbor could be the next person, a male, female, or whatever it is. It's so shameful when we depend on the women to take care of us. But when it gets to leadership, we want to dictate to them what they could be or what they could not be. We subject them to be inferiors. What kind of human beings are we? Deputy Jesus. The Deputy Jesus that we have here, me, that have decided that all this church thing, whatever it is, my own is a simple thing. I believe in God, yes. But do I believe in all these frivolities that you guys believe in? Shame on you guys. The same people that will say, oh, male will be a bishop. Last week or whatever it is, a bishop in in Ebonyi went and took a girl who is who has SSS, sickle cell or whatever, and said that he has to sleep with the girl in order to cure the to cure her from sickle cell. And you call yourself Christians. Shame. Okay? And then ranting, what do I want to rant about? Can I please? Are you
just rant.
You know where? Can I, my brother? This time around, I will lean towards you, as you're a MAGA. Can you since you're closer to Ted Cruz, can you tell him this thing that they said that in Nigeria that they are kind of like buying a lot of Christians? Can you push for that? In that one, aside him. I will side you on that, please. No, that's the one I side with you. But the other one about the shutdown, that one is good. We'll keep on shutting down until hunger will take all of us, and then we'll wake up. So, like in a nutshell, all I'm saying is, and then Ovie is over here defending the facts that in Benin City they want to introduce Iyaloja. No, why not? Then we introduce whatever they want to introduce to Benin now. You will accept everything. Yeah, Ovie, sometimes I look at you and I just laugh, Ovie. Seriously, I just look at you and I laugh. Okay? No matter what they want to do, tradition is tradition. Okay? And that is it. Even the governor cannot tell my king what to do when it comes to anything that relates to tradition. So be it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Akwachi. Let's go to Dexter. We have finally a lady came in. Bumi is here, so maybe you guys will start behaving.
Bumi, show them what a leader you are. More than all those noisemakers, especially to Nigeria, you know. Sure.
All right, let's go ahead.
Yeah, so on the leadership selection, I don't know what.
This channel. You should have yellow day of this channel.
Oh, Bumi, maybe Bumi is here, not day of this channel. Go ahead, Dexter, go ahead.
Yeah, on the leadership selection, I don't know why people are speaking about it. I mean, if a woman is qualified, it's not like this woman was like the selection of these leaders are maybe like with more spiritual, divine exercise. It is not, So whether it's a man or a woman, as long as she's able to do the job, I don't see any reason why people shouldn't accept it. It's just that, maybe from the part of the world, maybe based on education, I think, oh no, it should be a man. Look. Let me. I heard somebody say something about, men are built for leadership and this, but it has been proven very well that if you actually want the truth in organizations to come out, really, you need to have women there, because there will be things that they won't be able to stomach because of their emotions. So you need women participation in leadership. If you have men, it's very easy. Look at our Senate example. Imagine that let me just give you a typical example. Yaradua died. I hope people have listened to Dora Kuyiri's interview. The interview has been coming up. She couldn't stomach it. She couldn't. Emotionally, she couldn't just continue lying to the public. But they were men. The Attorney General of the Federation that time, I think, Aundo Aka, they knew about it.
Michael and
he was ready to continue the lie. And if you listen to her interview, she said she met different people in the cabinet, different men. They knew that Yaradua was dead, but they were ready to fall in line. But she couldn't. She couldn't just continue. That's why you need women in leadership, because a time will come when men will fail. And so if at this point in time, the Church of England feel that is a woman, because there have been scandals. Why did the former guy go? It's because of a scandal that there was a priest that has been abusing children. He had abuse cases in Africa, and the Archbishop, they knew about it, but he kept it. He kept it. I think there's something they normally do in the UK, something like they call safeguarding. What does it say? If somebody comes and reports a case to you, your responsibility, yes, is to keep the secret. But if the thing is too bad, you can't actually keep it. You have to tell it out. And the truth about it is that it's women that have the emotional intelligence to do that. Men can just take things to their grave. Men can take all kinds of dirty shit to their grave. But you find out that with women, it's difficult because of their emotions. They will burst out. They will burst out and they will just speak. In fact, Nigeria, we need more women in leadership. You know why? All the corruption will everything will burst out. Because until everybody starts knowing everything, then we cannot make progress. Because in Nigeria, there's a lot of things shrouded in secrecy. We need to make everything open the book. In fact, that's why if you look at the way the world develops, the countries whereby education is liberalized, where everything is open, you find out that they move fast in development. But in the countries where you are hiding things, I don't want to make mention, but you have places whereby it's only one person that can interpret something and other people cannot read and interpret it. You find out that those countries are always stuck behind because they are living in one man's ideology. I mean, look at African nations. One man, Paul Biya, example, South Cameroon. Everybody should live in his ideology. So I don't see any reason. If a woman is no problem, as long as she can do the job, we should all clap for her and support her. All these proclivities that we're having, these are things from back in the days. Times have changed. People should evolve. Thank you.
All right, let's hear from Bumi, who discovered. What did you discover, Bumi?
Nah, it was the time we were talking about River Niger. So I was like, I discovered it. Okay. Nah, but good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Damages. I've been listening, and I think it's so beautiful listening to men. You know, it's lovely listening to like men talk about issues and everything. As a woman, listening to them is so beautiful to hear. But I'll start by, I'll try and stay on topic because, you know, as a woman, I tend to yap a lot and I might go off topic and everything. But I'll try my best, please. You know, I'm mentally not capable to align my talk sometimes. But I would try and answer your question when you said, why is like Africa or Nigeria not civilized? But if you deep it, Dr. Damage, if you do some research, you come to a conclusion that it was a woman's fault why Nigeria is not civilized or whatever, or Africa, however you want to classify it. It's definitely a woman's fault. If you do some research again, trust me, it's right there. Google is right there. Google it. If you do some research again, the whole Palestine and Israel situation was a woman again. Like, I don't know how they do it, but they're everywhere. If you deep it again, the Russia and Ukraine thing, I'm telling you, a woman is literally talking to Putin right now. But you don't see it because no women are very snaky. They're in the back, but they push the men. So it's all women. Like, if you really, Sudan and South Sudan again, I'm telling you, as a woman, like, bruh, I'm not making this thing up. It's women doing this thing again. Congo, why Congo cannot control its resources, being one of the, if not the poorest country, a woman. Women everywhere destroying every single thing. The world we live today, a woman built it. And that's why nothing functions. Nigeria is terrible because of a woman. Like, all these people, they tell you, oh, go on, this, that, it was a woman. They came and then they changed history and now they put a man in there. Loki, whoever is talking to Tinubu is his wife. It's not him. Poor man. The woman just putting him there. Women everywhere you go are the problem of our society. So when we're talking about this Archbishop situation, or Japan almost having a woman, a female prime minister, it doesn't make sense. Why should we let them? Because we've seen what they've done in our society. They've not done anything good. What has a woman actually contributed to our society? Please tell me. The last time that God literally spoke to a woman, what did he do? She got pregnant because he knew what they were meant for. As a woman, all you need to do is have your kids, stay in the kitchen, and shut up. And if you really want to help society, you will love this planet, maybe even stop breathing, because you're a waste of resources. Let the men take over. I support the men. Let men take over. Let's give this men a chance. Maybe Nigeria will become successful. Just maybe. Maybe the failure in our healthcare, our education, maybe it will get better. Maybe we'll stop complaining about this whole Nigeria situation if we let a man take care of the Nigerian society. Just maybe. As you can see, I'm already yapping a lot, so I might as well shut up. At one point we had like 200 million. Sorry, not 200 million. 200 people watching this show, but only like 18 likes, at least on YouTube. Guess who watches? Women. They don't like to like the live broadcast. They never like anything. Women, my fellow women, please, please, can you just shut up for a second, stay in the corner, and let this man take over? Let them lead. Because it seems like God has never spoken to a woman. God only talks to a man. Let them. The entire Bible written about women. There's no man in the Bible. That's why nothing is working. So please, I don't think we should have a female archbishop. I don't think we should have a female prime minister, because they don't know how to do anything. Absolutely nothing.
And it was women that rigged election in Nigeria.
I almost forgot that one. This women, everywhere you go. MTN could never, because women were out here running things. But what do I know? You know, as a woman, I don't know how to think. I don't have the mental capacity to do anything, you know. But, you know, that's all I have to say, because I have to shut up now and let the men take over the platform. You know, and listen to them.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Dr. Dameji, I thought you are the only satire
Thank you.
I know.
Thank you.
But God damn it, this is
Yeah.
Dr. Damages,
No,
do
no,
you
hold
take
on.
do you take apprentice?
Don't spoil
Not
this.
apprentice.
Don't spoil this.
Dr. Damages show.
Don't spoil this.
Okay.
So hold on, guys. You know, there was one guy. Let me say this. I don't think I've ever said this on this show. Pansat was worried about the position of people who is sitting by my right and by my left, and one day he was worried about. I didn't know it was important. For the first time, I felt happy that I'm sitting beside Bumi. I can retire now because I thought I'm the one who should be writing satire, but she
No,
did.
please.
God damn,
I should retire
No.
now.
No.
Bumi,
We
Bumi, I
destroy
should
your
retire
channel.
now.
We destroy your channel.
Thank you so much,
But
Bumi.
I want to say one thing.
Mm.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Loud and
Okay, because
clear.
I think I'm frozen. I would say one thing. I find it so
You are a
funny
woman, so
that
speak louder.
the same country, because I was before we started talking about this topic, we're talking about, you know, Nigeria 65. The same country that we're talking about to improve its government and everything, and how Nigeria hasn't really shown its full capacity or whatever. The same country they were saying is a failure is the same country criticizing a country that almost half of the population wants to jack back to. Make it make sense. We're telling them they're too woke, but then they're successful, but then we're not. Like, sometimes when someone trying to explain how Nigeria works, it confuses you. Like, I can't even think anymore. Because how can you say that we shouldn't listen to the UK, but then UK is better than us, but then we're better than them? It's contradicting itself. Like, but you only get this thing. You will see Nigerians talk about key issues and they give you mad points. But when it comes to religion, yeah, they just lose you. They lose you. When it comes to oppression, especially when it comes to the whole women thing, they just lose you. And you're like, how can you deliver a mad speech about how we as a society should function and work together? But then when it comes to religion, you just fall down like, oh, women actually, you know, men are better than you. You know, that's not what you're made for. I don't even understand, but I'll end here because I'm talking too much now.
Because you're a woman, that's why.
Thank you, Bumi. Thank you so much.
Woo!
I'm
Tonight, I
sorry.
don't want to be like you. How do you come back from this to Nigeria? I know she will finish.
It's a mess. I'm just sorry for him. Yeah,
Let's see you.
To Naija, deliver. Welcome to the show. You're muted intentionally. We can't hear you.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me, and greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and to the viewers. Is the topic about whether women are capable of running stuff? I'm not.
Yeah, you can make it there, but it's all around what's going on in the news about the Archbishop of Canterbury, Archbishop of Canterbury, and Prime Minister of Japan. So we're seeing women rising to positions that they didn't occupy before, and we're trying to look at it in the context of our own society, where a lot of the pushbacks I've seen about what's going on in Canterbury is from Nigerians, Africans. The one African bishop, I think from Uganda, he's reading out a speech about how this is not biblical, how this is terrible, and stuff like that.
Thank you. I've always said you use the term context. Context always matters in things, and you can argue that it's good for women to be in certain positions, and you can also argue against that. From what I know of the biblical text, it never said anything about women, taking over leadership positions in churches. So in that context, you can see why the adherents to the religion will say, why should that happen? And because if you want women in positions of power, you can decide to again, maybe become Christ and create your own religion, because the religion was based on certain tenets, or if they have ways of changing rules, maybe they should change the rules. I don't know. I'm not part of that organization that decided that they are going to make a woman this is their leader. But the question about women being capable of leading is not a viable, it's misplaced. Let me put it that way, because women can lead, obviously. Is it historically, have they led most nations? No, and for good reasons. It's not because people can lead from behind. They don't have to always lead from the front. And we know of some powerful queens that have ruled even in Africa than all the ones that they always show in movies that often lose to Oyibo people. It wasn't not Queen Amerinus of Kush that held the Romans at bay. It was a woman with one eye, and she fought the Romans to a standstill. That's literally fighting the superpower of the world to a standstill at that time. And she took the head of their Caesar and put it under her stool. They found it just how many decades ago, under her temple. So women are capable of ruling, and that kingdom actually had many female warriors. You see, they are female warriors. You see, there's a difference there. Most people think of women as just people that need to be in the kitchen. But if you want to lead, you also have to be able to do some of those masculine things that is generally associated with men. You have to be able to go to wars, expand, defend your people. And so those are the kind of traits that leadership requires. There's a reason why most nations are not founded by women. I don't know, you would think it should be random. Women should be showing up everywhere, but it's not there. For a good reason, because half of the time they are with children, half of the time they are pregnant. Where is the time to be ruling? So hence, the men have specialized in ruling and conquest. Is it that women cannot rule? They can rule. They raise the children. Most men, you remember George Floyd when he was dying? What was the last thing he said? He called out for his mother. Most men, the most important thing in their life is their mother. And from that point of view, you can argue that the women are shaping the world from behind the scenes. Men are basically appendages of women. You hardly hear men dying and calling out for their dad. They always call out for their mothers for a good reason. And so the question about whether women can rule for me, it's based on context. If you are contextualizing and say from point of view of Christianity, the Bible didn't say women should be leading the church. As a matter of fact, it said the opposite. So if somebody wants to change the rules and to suit the modern age, you can change the rules. But one thing I find with this modern way of life that I don't tend to like is that they are quite hypocritical. They accept everything else. If you tell them to accept polygamy now, they will run through the roof and act as if you have just sinned against heaven. And if you tell them to say that people should not have to adhere to certain things, they will start complaining that you are backward. This word civilized, I find it also disturbing, saying that we are not civilized. What is that all? What does that mean? Civilization is just about people choosing a certain criteria and saying that's what is called civilized. The way people used to live before, you call them today, if you didn't live like that today, you call them uncivilized. So what is civilization? Yeah, for me, I don't care about all those terms because those ones are subjective terms. The real thing is we are not competitive against others right now. If we're competitive against them, if they crack the atom, we crack the atom. If they go to space, we go to space. Whatever else we do, call us civilized, call us backward, I don't care. That is life. People have different ways of living, and some people will call themselves civilized because they feel like and we too buy into it. Why should we buy into it? We shouldn't have to buy into it. They are just more advanced in certain things more than us. We should be trying to catch up with them and go beyond them. This debate about whether women are capable of ruling, clearly they are capable of ruling. We've seen that in history, but do they show up most of the time? No, they don't. They don't show up for good reasons too. Somebody has to raise the children. Somebody has to feed them. Somebody has to teach them what it is to survive in the real world. Is it the men that are busy defending the borders, farming, doing all kinds of hunting and doing all kinds of other things? No, that the men don't have the time to do that. Men die longer. That means die younger than women for a good reason. So the debate is not neither here or there, and I don't know why people are condemning the men that say that this is not the biblical this teaching. It doesn't have to be kind of being against women to say that that's not biblical teaching. It's a fact.
Yeah,
maybe I'm mistaken.
Hold on, forefathers, because I had that many times today. Biblical. What is that supposed to be? Who wrote the Bible? When was it written? What do you expect from the Bible written at that time? Considering the society that it came up from, what were you expecting them to say that women were? When they wrote the Chronicles, they didn't mention any woman because it didn't matter to them. The same people that wrote that, they did
say that women should kind of be more reserved in the presence in the church. They did say that. I remember something like the Bible.
Sorry,
and the people that wrote the Bible, remember, they are the reasons why we know the Christianity now. They headed it. They decided the path they want to go. And if Christ wanted a woman to lead, maybe he would have done. He should have set his example himself, because he was busy appointing Peter as a rock and doing all this one. Why didn't he bring Mary Magdalene to come and head?
Yes, I think Rudolph is quite right, because I mean it's not really a matter of even during the time of Christ there were women, okay, so Mary Magdalene, and Martha, and so but the office, okay, as I said earlier, the of priesthood is quite peculiar, it's special. So it's not a matter of leadership, okay. So women also have roles in the church, but as far as the Catholic Church is concerned, okay, the priesthood. So it has to be after Christ, because the priest is there representing Christ, and the church is a mother. The church is supposed to be the bride of Christ. So I mean, is for a bride, what the opposite of is the counterpart of bride, of course, is the groom, isn't it? So the priest has to be a man, So that is and therefore you can't have a woman becoming a bishop or an archbishop or anything, or a pope. So it's just it's nothing to do with progress. So everything is not, when we talk about progress or civilization, we have to also ask the question, progress into what? So not every progress is good, So, and progress can be just good in itself. We have to understand there are essences. There are things that sometimes there is a reason why something is the way they are. Okay, we cannot just for the sake of change. So it doesn't work that way. And if you're not a Christian, if you don't believe in the Bible and the Scripture, you shouldn't really be taking part in this argument. So you can have, if like in living in the secular world, nothing to do with Christianity. So it's not something that person should make a contribution to, because you're not part of it. That's what I'm saying. So those that are not Christians or are not religious or don't belong to any kind of Christian denomination, it's not for them to.
Can I ask Oti a question, please?
No. See, that's what I don't want.
Just 20 seconds.
This is what I'm promising you guys. I think it's more interesting to have in-depth conversations than what we do here every Saturdays and Sundays, which is, touch on issues. Like this conversation we are having now. It's something that we should spend time and actually discuss.
Yes.
Because Oti is talking about a period. And he wanted not just, you're not alone, because there are many conservatives. That's what is actually going on in the church, in the Anglican church. There are conservatives who want things to continue. But these are the people who would not want slavery to continue. But it was there when Christ and their people were there, and they saw it, and they had no problem with that. And it continued. The people that ran it in America and the rest of the world, they were Christians. They didn't see anything wrong with that. But now, whichever the one they want it to continue. The other one they don't want. That one can stop. Anyway, we can discuss this. I promise you, it's more interesting to me than this thing we touch on topics without going into that. We should have debates. Okay. All right. Forefathers, finish up, and then we have take a break and come back and rant. Everybody will rant, and then I'll hand over to the next stream.
True. I think I'll just finalize it. Clearly, women can be able to rule, and people should not discriminate against them just because of that. Discriminate judge them based on their merits as leaders. If a woman is a warrior and can lead a nation better than a man, why not? That would be foolish for that nation to deny that woman. And in the case of the church, if that is the rule of the church, then maybe the church should have a meeting and say, this is what we want. If they agree, that's fine. But based on the rules that exist right now, women are not supposed to be leaders. I don't know. That's all I can say about it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Did I miss anybody? Everybody got a chance to weigh in on this. All right. So who is Ovie?
Yeah.
You did. Did you know?
There's another aspect to the conversation that I don't know if we are ready to touch on. That is a man's world.
It's a man's world?
Yes.
But that's what we're talking about, that is changing, and whether Africans are ready for the change.
I disagree that it's changing.
Okay. All right. We can go into that now. Thank you, Ovie. I will add it.
Who told you it's a man's world? It's a woman's world. Women own most of the stuff.
God. All right.
Context again.
Let's take a break.
I will give you a reason why I said I do my rant.
So put it in your rant. Yeah, let's take a break. When we come back, we rant, and then.
calling Tinubu president. Tinubu is a businessman. That's all. You are not a president. If you want to talk about president, you talk about Trump. You talk about Putin. Talk about Traore, Ibrahim Traore. You talk about China president. You talk about Korea president. These are men that we call leaders. A young man of yesterday, a Burkina Faso, a leader. That is what I call a leader. A young man that know what I call a leadership. Not put businessmen in government, calling them leaders, calling them president, senator, governor. These are businessmen. Acquiring money for their future of their children, buying houses for them. Leaders develop their country. Develop their country. And when they develop their country, everybody, both their children, everybody enjoyed. Today, American leaders has already put their structure in order. Their children are enjoying it. Everybody's enjoying it. Putin, they have already put their country in order. Everybody's enjoying. Na na-ebugharị moto na-ebugharị sare na-akọ gaga wuwo na internet. Anọkatakwa afọ m ebe Tinubu na-agba Bulgario. If ever Bulgario, that is people that don't have anything to offer.
Welcome back, everybody. That was in the Bosque. We're ranting now, so let me see where we should start. Let me see who I've had last from. Obie, let me start with you.
Just like that.
Oh, you don't want to start? All right, hold on. Just stay there. Ike is always ready. Ike, go ahead.
Yeah. In the Hoshi Bahosha, he has ranted from you.
That's for me. He's my own rant.
So I think we should all understand. I understand what you mean when
God,
women
sometimes we have to laugh. Somebody is speaking.
Go ahead, Ike.
Yeah, my rant is all about Nigerians that are covering the atrocities and the impunity that is going on in Nigeria, all in the name of we use a lot of big grammars and grammatical English to deceive a lot of people, trying to cover what is going on in Nigeria. I said it when I started. I said, those people who are doing this, may Nigeria happen to you. You know, because it's sad and painful. When you watch what goes on in our states, and sometimes when we come here, we carry that biases and come here, and we keep defending the indefensible. You know, while we every day we enjoy life here. I don't know how many years that electricity, my light has gone off since I've been here. If they want to do maintenance, they will put letter in your box that this area from this hour to this hour, there's not going to be a light because there is maintenance. And immediately that hour comes, in the next 5 minutes, you see light in your house. But a lot of us are here. When we come here, we defend. We try to defend it. I'm not denying the fact that a lot of people that are online are in the government payroll. All these evil politicians we have in Nigeria, most of our people on this online, this network, they are on their payroll. That's their source of livelihood. Most of them has no tangible work that they are doing. The only propaganda for their government and the people that the politicians that they are supporting. And at the end of the day, they get their money in dollars and they're enjoying their life. But I've always said, What is going on in Nigeria? Those people who see it and do eyes right and claim that everything is working. May Nigeria happen to you. That young, vibrant woman who jumped up from Story Building in Abuja, the capital of Nigeria, who lost her life. May Nigeria happen to you. People who see things like that and do eyes right because of what you get, because of what you think you can benefit. But there is one thing that I know that is very vital in this life. Not even me that is speaking here is going to go home or going to go to grave with anything that I have. The day that I close my eyes here, I don't know whatever that is going on. Even all the sufferings and all the effort that I made in this world, somebody can decide to destroy it in a matter of 1 second. I will not be there to say you can't do it. So it doesn't matter how much you acquire. It doesn't matter how many wealth you think you have acquired everywhere. At the end of the day, you will close your eyes in death and everything will go. We have seen so many people who has acquired so much wealth from Abiola to Naharo family and to a lot of family, a lot of all this family. Their family has never known peace. With all the wealth that their family left behind, there have never been peace. They have never lived in a peaceful life. It has always been fighting up over material things. And people will come here to defend what is going on in Nigeria. But I say that those who think that the innocent Nigerian life that are being killed and the blood of Nigerians that are being spilled every minute of the day in Nigeria, and you think that this government is working, whether in your state or in the federal, my prayer for you is that Nigeria will happen to you. Because if it doesn't happen to you, you will not understand. So, but I pray that Nigerians will begin to speak the truth. It doesn't matter whether it's your brother. Somebody said here when we are beginning, all these politicians we are talking about, all these people who are leaders, they are our uncles, they are our cousins, they are our brothers, they are our schoolmates. They didn't come from, they are not spirit. They live among us. The same people, the same youth who are saying the leaders of tomorrow, they are the same people who will go and kill people on behalf of the same people that all of us will come here to continue to talk about. The same youth, they will collect 5,000 naira and then kill people. They will collect 5,000 naira and bomb people's house. They will collect 5,000 naira, destroy people's property, the sweat of people in Nigeria. And somebody will come here to begin to defend the government when you know that you don't even have a government. But my prayer is that Nigeria will always happen to those people. It doesn't matter wherever you are. You see, one thing is very clear. No matter how much you will lie, lie will always expire. And good will always overcome evil. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Ike, for that. Otsi, you're next.
Well, I'm not going to rant. I don't know what, it doesn't do anything to me. For me, I have a question. It's good Bimi is still here. I just want to ask her. I really want to know what her view is on this subject. Does she think that there should be equal representation of men and women in every aspect of life, in every profession? Yes. What does she think, really? Or if not, why not? And also, the feminization of culture and society. Does she think we don't have a problem with that? So, when she gets her turn to speak, she can maybe try and answer these questions. So, the first one is, is she of the view that there should be equal representation of men and women all around, in every aspect of life, in every profession, in every trade? And the other one is about feminization of culture and society. Doesn't that present a problem as well?
All right. Thank you, Oti. Ovie, you are next. You have 3 minutes max, but we'll prefer 2 minutes.
I don't know. Rants. What's there to rant? Let me just vote. let me just say my candidate. Last that one I had to get on people's nerves, but so at this point, the easiest way to throw the educated one up now to get on their nerves, and they will forget in our competition. So I think that is that's what is going to happen. Even with all the midst of all this, I think Her Royal Majesty Princess Iku was sent to government house to deliver a royal gift to our governor. So I don't know what that means, because all this thing was coming out at the same time where everybody they shout. But Monday went ahead to say something that if you wash your hand well, you eat with the elders. And I will support that with what the Hausa people will say. Hausa people say, Mune duawu, dole aizomademu. I say, we are the butters. You must sit with us. Anyhow you want to do, you must sit with your nyash. So that's exactly the times that we are in those states. With the uneducated ones, with the people that can relate to Kwaholo are the majority. And there's no how you go around the majority. You have to sit down with us. So it's on just that at this point we are leading the charge. So it is the fact that people cannot understand that in a state everybody has equal rights. Right? No matter how anywhere you can't go in life, doesn't change the fact that you are don't have more rights than your. I mean, if you are now back your right with your investments, which is pretty much the world we live in today's capitalism, maybe you have a mercy. That means you have skin in the game, right? But if you don't have skin in the game, I don't think it doesn't really matter at this point. It's about who gets the competition, and it's also that it behooves me that the educated people can understand that everything goes in the arena of politics, right? So that's why the diversity that they invented it, and so the fact that they cannot phantom that is very is very telling who is more educated and who is not, and who is capable to govern and who is not capable to govern. So to my 2028 project, it's we are doing well. We are doing well. So the goal is to get in their skin every now and then, and until we get to the day, and we will come out in mass with our illiteracy, because only educated people vote against their interests. I cannot speak English, just like my governor. Let's make I vote against her. I mean, I don't understand. I go small school, but wisdom says that you never vote against your interest. So I know I speak English, just like my guy. Every now and then, I dey fuck up here. Everybody laugh, but people expect me to vote against somebody who, if I look, who is my governor, he said no, I speak like me. I should vote against that. How does that work? But
right,
again, maybe my education, I never get education on that level.
Okay,
But according to me, or maybe I get woman brain, today, we can grabs.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Dexter. You're next. Dexter.
Sorry, my rant. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with other things. Sorry, yeah, my rant. Well, my rant is still the same. You understand? It's still the same thing. That's what I'll say. You must be solution oriented. So, but if I speak on when I listen to what happens in Nigeria, really, I think that, like, for people, I think I kind of agree with Sam Adeyemi, who say that the solution, the people that will bring about a solution for Nigeria are not actually people in there right now. That's the people who have seen things that work, that can come and bring them back. However, you must be ready to fight. That's the truth. Because if you have to change Nigeria of today, the system is so corrupt, you have to be ready to fight. Think about what Dangote has to fight to get that refinery working, producing, and not shutting down. The fight that people like us will have to go through would be 100 times more than that of Dangote if we don't strategically position ourselves. Whether we like it or not, Dangote have friends in high places, but even despite all the friends he has, you can see that the system is fighting him. And, well, he's getting victories, but he's well connected. He's powerful. Then think about KJ or forefathers going to Nigeria, say you want to do something, it will just, we have to come like a block. And another thing I think we've not really talked so much about, I've been reading about the new tax laws that Nigeria is trying to take on from next year. I feel it's too draconian. I feel, why would you put such a burden on the people when you have given them nothing? Government don't come and tax people when you've given them nothing. You know, this idea of importing Western ideologies, Western systems, but you don't have the Western infrastructure there. We have not built anything. You want to tax the way the UK tax or tax the way America tax, but you've not done anything. And then the political class are just feeding themselves fat. And I was having a discussion with my brother this week, in fact, throughout the period of the strike. And I was telling him that the associations like Pengasin, Nupeng, they are actually a mirror of our political system. You see, those guys don't care. Oh, and I asked them, why do you guys down tools? Or they say, oh, Dangote sacked 800 people. That's an affront on the union. I said, but your NNPC is not working. NAPIMS is one of the most shrouded organizations in Africa. And you guys are not saying anything about that. But then 800 people, I don't support the sack, but all of a sudden, but you guys, as long as your palms are oiled, you guys don't care that the refineries are going down. And it's actually a reflection of the Nigerian society. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I?
Yes, right on anything.
Yes.
Okay, Anambra is dying. Anambra State is shocking under Soludo. I refuse to call him a professor. Under Soludo, Anambra needs help. Anambra needs help. I wish we have a female contestant. I would have rooted for that female. I don't care which party she's coming from. Even if she comes from APC, provided she's a female, let's try it. But unfortunately, we don't have a female contestant. But we have a very solid guy that is from the same senatorial zone as Soludo, which is Dr. George Moyalo of Labour Party. Anambra, we need somebody like this. If you know the history, the background surrounding Dr. George Moyalo, and you really know what the Indigo, not just Anambra, needed as it is right now. You know, Lagos State, we have civilized people in Lagos State that don't want other people to be with them. And you know why our people cluster in Lagos State. So if you know the background surrounding Dr. George Moyalo, you have no reason than to support George Moyalo to become the next governor of Anambra State after the 4 years of one-time governor of Governor Charles Soludo. Now, we're talking about women. You know, I don't know, but we have a system where the Bible was written by the men, the traditional laws, the traditions and culture and whatever doctrines in the traditional way of life they're all written or said by men. Everything is against women, wherever you come from, be it Muslim, Islam, Christianity, or traditional way of worship, they are all against women. But the fortunate part is that we that are in the traditional way of life, we've already started to change some things. We are even very open to making sure that some of these traditions and cultures against women are being changed because men made it and men are going to change it in order to accommodate women. For example, the situation where a woman is not supposed to inherit your landed property because she's a woman, because she's somebody else's property, is something that doesn't make sense. We, the traditional believers, we want to change it. We want our girls, the child women to start inheriting something from us, the parents. We want our women not to be subjected as if they are the cause of their husband's death. When a man died, a woman's hair will be shaved with razor. But when a woman dies, the man will be in the front seat, taking gift and drinking. You know, those things are not welcome in our place anymore. We want to change it. We also want to plead with the Christians and the Muslims to change. You guys are not shame. you guys should be ashamed of yourself. You should change and accommodate women. Allow women to become priests, just as we have reverend fathers. Allow the beautiful reverend sisters to officiate masses. We want to see them officiate mass. Allow women to become archbishops. We want to see them in their beautiful regalia. We want to see them leading in the church. We want to see a woman imam leading in prayers in the mosque. Look, you guys should wake up. It's being primitive.
All right. Thank you, Kenneth. Let me just point out that some days Kenneth will be Catholic, some days he will be Protestant, some days he will be traditional. Okay. Go ahead, KJ.
Some days I do worship.
Thank you so much, Rudolph. Here's my rant. I want to sincerely reach out to to the family of Sommie, Somotochukwu, who was killed, through robbery. Some people are still writing all kinds of nonsense. Those who are chasing cloud and trying to make it look as if she never jumped off the window, as the case may be. And I'm now quoting her friends, or her friend who was kind of in communication. Okay, so the police are claiming they took her to the hospital. It was not the police that took. The police was not even there. So there are so many things, but that's not the issue. The issue is that despite every condolence that has been written, despite everything that has been said, the 29-year-old lady who just starting her life has gone to be with the Lord and is not going to show up again, all because she is living in a contraction called Nigeria. There's nothing else. The area she lives, some people are saying, why did she live? I know that area. That's about where I was living. It's the highest, one of the highbrow areas in Abuja. Where not just anybody lives there. People who when hold small cash, and then they live there. And that's not the first time. You see, Rudolph is a painful part. It's not the first time. That same area, the former minister of what's her name, Nana de Sambo's daughter, step sister, like a daughter, because you're living with her, came from England also. She was shot by the police. Claiming that she was an armed robber running away in her own car. Okay? So these incidents have constantly been happening and nobody is saying anything. All we say, we use the strongest terms. We condemn with all these things. We condemn. Whatever you're condemning is not going to bring succor to the family who have lost this young child, who because of love of country left England to come to Nigeria to serve, to try to contribute our part. Anambra State have lost a future politician, a future governor. Maybe she will be probably the first, female governor. But today we cannot celebrate that success because someone somewhere who is unknown even to this moment has, sent her to be with her heavenly Father. And sometimes now, if we are debating here, they will have quoted what happened in America as compared to Nigeria. If it was America, by now, the 2 days after, we'll have known who made it. Up to now, there's no concrete story, as nobody is, have been held responsible. And I want to say it's sad, and my heart goes out to the parents and her friends, and I say I think we can do better. And then, having said that, I want to conclude also quickly to say those of us who come here to celebrate the reason why houses should be knocked down in Nigeria. Do you know that Nigeria is, we have deficiency in housing in the first place? There are not enough houses for people in Nigeria. And few people who put up structures, even if they have been found wanting, I'm not saying that because they are Igbos. And then somebody is coming here to tell us about, what's his name? The man who, the Inomotos. We talked about the time that the governor went to Inomotos. We talked about it on this program. We didn't hide it. We said that was wrong move. And he stopped. Okay? So we are saying that there's no need to knock down properly developed places. If you wanted to knock them down, you were there when they started building them. They built 4 stories, 5 stories, 6 stories. You didn't knock them down when they finished building the first one. You waited for them to put fittings and everything, then you go knock them down. I think it's deliberate, and I think it's wicked. And that's why people say we are barbaric, and that's why they can treat us anyhow, because we treat our people anyhow. They say these things. This is on the news. Okay, they see how we treat other people and our own people, and then why do you think they should treat you better when you're in their country? That's a question for all of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let's hear Bumi.
So I'm gonna answer Mr. OT's question. If it wasn't clear enough, I was being sarcastic. Okay. I obviously want women empowered. Like last time I checked, women are not aliens. You can't talk about society and then alienate half of your society based on whatever religion or whatever ideologies. Like those people do deserve a say in how the society should be run, especially if they're going to be part of it. You know, when you look at certain countries that are relatively doing okay or well, like Scandinavian countries or Caribbean countries, they have a good balance with
All right. I think
in their society.
Go ahead, man. You were frozen at one point.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. So yeah, when you look at some society that has like a good balance of men and women or children, whether it's Caribbean or Scandinavian countries, they have a good balance and they're doing okay, which is how it should be. But using religion to oppress people, it's like, bruh, that's what people used to oppress you to. And I don't know how instead of us saying, it's sad that the conversation is, oh, should a woman be this or should a woman not be this? Is a person competent enough to actually be whatever the position is? You know, are they educated enough? Are they fully informed about whatever it is? But we're doing this whole men women thing, and it's like it doesn't end from there. From there it goes on, and you see it's a big problem in Nigeria where it's like, oh wait, are they Muslim, are they Christian, or are they from the north, are they from the south? Once you start from one place, it leads to another place. It's basically segregation. When you start pushing people to the side and justifying it based on the fact that they are not 100% enough. Why do you think they were able to oppress Black people for how many years? Because they say you don't have the mental capacity for it. That's the same thing you're doing when it comes to women, saying they don't have the mental or intellectual capacity to be priests or archbishops or whatever. You're saying God never made these people okay enough, so it's good to oppress them or control them. There's no difference to any.
Are you a Christian?
No, we're not questioning this point. Go ahead when we finish round up.
Yeah, so I don't know how that changes anything. I believe everyone deserves right. I don't think in any oppression of anyone, whether I'm Christian, Muslim, or anything. I think where I start losing faith in anyone is when you justify oppression, whether it's for a Black person or whatever color you are or whatever gender you are. It just goes back to you justifying oppression, and then from there we can justify anything. Because I can give you history to oppress you as I don't know what you are. I can bring facts that can justify your oppression. And you wouldn't like that. So I think we should be careful about our thoughts and our opinion, because someone can just use it against us.
All right, thank you. Just for Oti, you made reference to something, and I do hear that every time on this show, every now and then, which is that if you're not a Christian, you shouldn't participate in that decision or discussion, or you shouldn't have a say in anything. That shouldn't apply. We are here to have a conversation, even if it's about Islam or something I'm not part of. Everybody should have the right to have a say in about anything. So I just want to point that, not because
sorry, I agree with you, but with some qualification. Well, you see, everything is in context. Okay, you don't have to, So the fact that you're not a member, there are some understanding of what is going on that you miss.
That's their job now to inform.
But of course, so yes, but I'm not saying that you can't engage in that argument. Okay, you can definitely have a say.
Mr. Oti, do you think do you think this is a better statement? Because you're not a woman, I don't want you to ever talk about a woman. Because you don't know what it means to have a woman's brain, I don't want when they say woman, I don't want you to say anything about a woman.
Sorry,
Is
I
that
asking me a question?
justifiable? And because
Sorry?
I'm not a man, I should not even talk when men are
No, no, no,
talking
no, no.
about.
And that's not my position. I've not said that. So look, but I think is see, the question I asked really is, we're talking about all these, now, for example, if you're talking about the Church of England thing, to be specific, because I, for one, I don't see when it comes to men and women, so if you have the capacity, the competence, in any area of life, any profession, okay, but you have to meet the text, right? So now, but with Christianity and then this priesthood, and as I said, speaking from the point of view of the Catholic theology, the Catholic Church. Other churches can do whatever they want to do. Okay, so you have to understand the essence, the nature of it, the reasoning behind it, the theological reason. It's not, and it's not a matter of, okay, we're making progress. Of course, progress, yes, even in the Word of God, because it's not. It has to also be interpreted, developed doctrine. Okay, so but the priesthood, there's a reason, a good reason for it. Okay, and if you're not a Christian, if you're not a believer, if you're not a Catholic, and then you think you know better than all the Catholic religious, all the men and women that are faithful, that you know better than them, that you can represent them better. I mean, that is presumptuous, really. So that is you have to understand the reason why. Sorry.
Now, please do not miss, because what you're doing is you're mixing religion and justifying.
No. No, I'm not
women.
mixing. I see. Right from the onset, I was quite specific about that. Okay, so I'm not
I don't
confusing.
have to. No, Mr. Oti. If I was a Christian and I grew up, most Nigerians grew up in a Christian environment. I went to church almost every day. My mom
Well, it
is
depends which church. It depends which church.
Okay. Oh, now it depends which church.
Of course,
You see how
of
things are going. You're creating. You're literally digging the hole that justifies oppression. Because
no.
depends on
Sorry,
the church.
it's not.
Now,
I'm not justifying any
at this
oppression.
point, it depends if I'm white or black.
No,
Point,
that's nonsense. I'm
depends
not
if I'm
justifying
tall
any
or
oppression.
short.
Okay, no, but and then you see the thing is this. So
I said
we get carried away with this, this progressivism, this idea of kind of right, liberal right, everything, and progress. No, it doesn't. This life, there are certain things, also you have to think about the conservative side of things. Okay, tradition. Okay, so while we are making progress in life, we have to understand the reason why certain things are the way they are. Okay, and we can just for the sake of we say we are civilized or we're progressing, then nothing holds. No, so it's not
I don't think
it's
being progressive or not being progressive
but
is like
that is the philosophy, that's the ideology, that's what is
to discriminate women is a philosophy.
Oh no, listen. The philosophy and ideology I'm talking about is something like feminism, something like that's or equality, liberalism, right? So we have to understand the background of all these things.
All right,
and then
you
can just
Oti, thank you. We will do.
It's not operation. Yes, we can. Let's have a proper argument about this.
We'll have that debate. Yeah, because I think
that's correct.
Yeah, we will. But for now, let's finish up the round. Thank you, Bomi. Who is next? I totally lost track. Who is here to rant? I know Janaba is here to rant. Janaba, go ahead. And
thank you, Dr. Ridi, once again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. We just finished our 65 years as a nation called Nigeria. I hope that we all understand, as many of us that live around the world, that no nation, that the citizens just sit back and then hoping that one day through political or democracy, as we say we have, with this system, that one day we'll be free from the hand of our political oppressor. That we all have responsibility as a citizen to galvanize and to fight back. And one of the way you are using the channel to educate, or this medium to educate Nigerians, that those that you are afraid of, they should be afraid of you. A thief come to your house or a robber come to your house armed because they're afraid. because you have the basic right to defend yourself. And that is these politicians and all the people that have been stealing their property, that they are their employer and they have the right to fight. And we all have that to speak to those issues that really concern. All Nigerians are suffering, whether you are Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Shekiri, Hidoma, Igala, whatever the tribe you are. And the leaders, whether it's Yoruba as it is right now, Yoruba are still suffering. And so let's unite. The voice of the people is that we use this media to tell them, push back on them, don't protect them, don't use tribal, don't use religion. One of the things I had on this platform last week, and I keep wondering, um, I believe religion has been used to tame Nigerians. But I saw the argument of, oh, without religion, without those churches and mosques, there will be hooligans join court. Uh, these people also are in the highest of court. So if Nigerian youth had left without giving them this hopeless hope that are given in all those places, in one way or the other, they could have fight back and fight these people. But it's almost like the church is entwined with the politicians to give them those hope that one day they will be free, or eventually, if they are not free from here, they'll have eternal life to live in peace on the other side. And that is what I completely disagree. We are one people. We should fight our common enemy who are there right now. And that is the only way we'll come out of this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Janava, for that. Do we see you on this?
Yes, thank you, Doctor. My concern is about the deep insecurity in our country. It is getting more and more alarming, and it is expanding to virtually every part of the country. No place in the country is safe now. The latest area now is Kwara State, Southern Kwara for that matter, largely made of people from the Yoruba-speaking ethnic group. I don't know a serious country where there will be widespread insecurity and the government will not want to tackle it head on. Rather, they will be playing politics with it. When they achieve one success of countering an attack or disseminating a particular group in one part of the country, they will blow it up as if they have cleared all the terrorists. And this tag of branding terrorists, bandits, those guys are not bandits. They are clear-cut terrorists. They carry heavy weapons that sometimes the police don't even have that kind of weapons. So it is a serious problem, but I don't know how our so-called leaders, from the governors to the people at the villa, go to sleep with the joy that everything is okay. Is it because these criminals have not taken this violence into the major cities across the country? Is that why they are sitting pretty, as if everything is fine? The large refugee population in the country now is growing by the day. And I've observed one thing: the major media houses in the country no longer report these attacks by these terrorists. So that is one example that the country is not serious. The thing is becoming so alarming. Nobody is safe in your street. You're not safe on the road. You're not safe. Even on the bus stop. You're not safe. Highway. You're not safe. I think the only safe place now is flying by air. If the aircraft flies safely to the airport, maybe if these people begin to think about attacking the airport, maybe that would be the end. I don't know why they are keeping quiet and allowing this thing to go to spread out. They don't take any action. They don't want to come one day and sit down and say, how do we identify the porous areas in the country? Yes, our country is large, but we're not the only large country in the world. Why can't they look for ways? At least start from somewhere. Close one of the loopholes first. Let us know that area is closed. Then go to the next place while manning that area that is closed. Use technology to deal with this thing. Then pick out the most in the military and even among the political class. But it's like they're playing politics with this thing. It's a big problem, and nobody's talking. Nobody's really paying attention to it. People are dying every day. Farmers can't go to farm. People can't go to even their villages. Everywhere, north, south, east, west, south. Everywhere is totally in turmoil. Every day you hear kidnapping on the road. One, maybe a luxury bus has been hijacked. A Tinstar bus has been hijacked. People trying to go through the boat. They've been kidnapped on their way to board the boat. And this government don't worry. Even the federal capital is not even safe. This sister that died on Monday in Abuja, that place was, as Katie said, I know that place very well. There is a NEPA facility opposite that Katampe estate. The military used to guard that place before. I don't know if they are still there. There's supposed to be a proper security in that area, but from the look of things, the place is porous. These people invaded that place, did their robbery and left. Rudolph, I think probably we may begin to think of way to research on some. I know it's a sensitive matter, but if you can get some experts, maybe individual private security experts who know this problem deep down from the beginning, maybe you invite them to the program and let's have some chat with them. We must contribute in solving this. This is a serious problem. Are we waiting for the day maybe a foreign nation will now invade us? Because some countries are watching. If they begin to observe that our military is becoming weaker and weaker, one country can, one crazy person can become head of state in one neighboring country and they decide to invade our country. It's a problem. These people in charge, they're only playing politics. They don't think about it. They don't know that this is a serious matter. No serious country, look at them, Europe here, no serious country takes the killing of their people, constant killing lightly. They will go after the people and get them, eliminate them. But our country is just, everybody is just, they're playing politics, tribal, religious, ethnic politics with this insecurity. Sorry, stop. Tinubu was in Plateau State today. I don't know, maybe he went to pay condolence to the party chairman who lost his mom. And he was saying he wants to unite the country. And that is one of the major spots of insecurity. What has it done to stop the killing of people over there? Well, we are in deep trouble. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ndewesi. Okay, forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think I want to talk about Pengassin and the insecurity situation in the country. This week, I was quite alarmed to see, and also quite informed to see what Pengassin was doing with Dangote Refinery this week. And it just shows you that we as a people are the ones that are used as tools to destroy our progress. You know, and for the life of me, I don't understand how Pengassin can, you know, take 800 workers' interest above that of 240 million or so. In a country where there is barely any value-added manufacturing, the only company that is doing that their staff are relatively well paid, because the company feels that some of these staff are causing sabotage, whether it's because of union reason or whether it's for some other reason. They didn't even care to know that. They just went on to sabotage the company from doing its business. And this is supposed to be a private business, by the way. I don't know, for the life of me, I don't know what else more. You see, there are vestiges in Nigeria that seem to think that we are running a kind of socialist economy. You know, you see how Showore and his followers still adhere to socialist ideals. They don't seem to understand that in a capitalist economy, you are running a Western democracy. Capitalism, you have giants like that, you have to have more of them. We are on a major monopoly right now. This internet service you are enjoying here is not because they are sharing, they are competing against each other. Many of them are monopolies. I don't understand. Are you going to go to Google and tell Google what to do? Are you going to go to Twitter and the X and tell X will fire whoever they want to fire? It doesn't prevent the country from progressing. And these actors, they go there and they pretend as if they are trying to help the people. If you are trying to help the people, how about, I think somebody said the petrol station workers, they are paid 30,000 per month. Why are they not fighting for them? Or are they going to fight for all the women on the road that are just selling tomato that don't earn a good living, that people are taking tax from? if they don't fight for all those people, is to shut the only institution right now that is doing more value-added manufacturing than any other. All the other industries put together, Dangote is doing more value-added manufacturing than all of them. You go after that one first. And it's barely been around 4 years. If I was the federal government, I would say unionization should be off the table for 5 years. You have to proceed. How can you underestimate the suffering of 200 and something million people? They keep queuing for petrol. Tomorrow they get poisonous petroleum coming to the country. There was a time cars were knocking all over the place because they were buying adulterated petroleum. Now you have a way to solve it, and because of 800 workers, you want to shut it down. What if they fail? What is the message you are telling other people that want to invest? How about other Nigerians that want to invest? Maybe it's African Americans. Maybe it's Japanese. You're telling them that this country is dysfunctional. We cannot be able to come in here and operate because these people are going to sabotage it. Because we as a people are not capable of reining in our excesses. We don't know where our bread is buttered. That, for me, I find that very, very disturbing, and I can't understand how Nigerians let these people get away with it. I hope maybe Nigerians have seen their backside now. They've revealed themselves, because Dangote is beginning to reveal a lot of the ills that ails Nigeria. These are people that ran the Nigerian oil refineries to the ground. They were there. They supervised. Their staffs were the ones working in those refineries. They ran it to the ground. And now you want to go to Dangote and do that. And Dangote is even thinking of getting Indians. Why would he need Indians? Why should Indians have our own interests at heart more than us? Man, Nigerians, we really need to think some of the crazy stuff we do sometimes. That somebody has to get foreigners. And believe me, I've had similar experience in Nigeria. I've employed Nigerians. I know how they behave. They try to sabotage you. It's unbelievable stuff. It's really unbelievable. We are so petty in some of the things we do. Our people hardly see the bigger picture. They barely see the bigger picture. And the reason why they don't see it, because they have not. I keep saying they have not seen pepper. They think this is pepper. See, the other day I was watching a Gazan, this is a Palestinian official. When he was talking to the BBC interviewer, he just burst out very quickly. He said, "Never would we allow this to happen to us again." You know why he did that? It's instinct now. It's not. They don't have to explain to him again. Because he now knows the moment they get the opportunity now, they're going to build. Nobody needs to tell them anymore. They know. We don't know that. We think it's optional. Let's destroy this one. Tomorrow it's going to come again. No, it's not going to come. People are going to keep suffering. Women are going to be dying on delivery these theaters. Who needs all that nonsense to happen? Then, if you look at the government, they keep borrowing money every day. They borrow money to defend the naira. They borrow money to build something that they don't explain to the people. But yeah, they can't even borrow money to build a world-class hospital so that our leaders can stop going overseas for treatment. They can't borrow money to employ people to defend their country. Now we hear about the issue in Kwara State. You know, you solve one area, it goes to another area. You solve because you don't have enough people. You have more than 10 million people in Nigeria that are unemployed. You can't even create jobs for them. When those jobs you create is actually going to make money for Nigeria. The Nigerian government cannot even do that. They cannot even stimulate the economy with the money that they borrow. Do you know Nigeria is losing in almost $50 billion every year in GDP because of insecurity? Businesses have to close earlier because somebody is afraid that they will see if they stay longer, they're going to be in trouble. Farmers don't want to go to farm. People are getting kidnapped. Who wants to be in that environment? Which investor wants to come there? You know, this argument about, it's about food. No, Nigerians have food, but they don't have safety. Investors have food. They don't have safety. Nobody wants to come to an environment where their safety is not guaranteed, their business is not guaranteed to survive. Why would they pour their billions into the Nigerian economy? And yet, this government that promised to do this stuff, they go into office and they still leave the country undefended. And my biggest fear is if this security situation improves a little bit, Nigerians will think the problem is solved. No, it's not solved. You still haven't gotten yourself out of the mess you are in that you fell into more than 200 to 300 years ago. We still haven't gotten ourselves out of there. We cannot stand on our own. Many black African countries cannot stand on their own without foreigners telling them what to do. Even America now is facing serious problems in terms of controlling their own narrative because they fear that foreigners are controlling their country. Not to mention Nigeria. You have to be very conscious as a people. You seriously have to be, because others will take it from you and use it for their own benefit. Why shouldn't they do it? It's not their fault. It's your fault that you are not doing for your own people. So that is my own rant about the way the Nigerian state is being run. And the current president that is telling us that we are out of the worst. Man, I've never seen a statement that is so cynical. After you chop our knees off, you now tell us that we are out of the worst. Of course, we are out of the worst. You've done the worst you can do right now, and things are improving gradually. But it didn't mean that it didn't set the nation backward more than a decade. This is a man that came into office saying that it's going to increase the GDP to $1 trillion. By current growth rate, it's going to take 22 years to get there. And he did it. And he's telling us now that we are out of the worst. Thank you.
All right. That was a long one, but thank you so much for this.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. I'll just conclude this way. Let's watch this.
The end, say Habana. 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 Boom. Got it. Man, that's a keeper right there. We're looking sharp, fellas. Gotta get a little video too. Say, like out. Ready? Go. Let's see, man. Come on, Pop. Try to keep up. You ain't leaving me in Havana dust, bro.
Yo, what's good? We out here in Havana, man. Streets colorful, sun on us. Got my guy with me.
What's up, people? Towering over Pac like always. I think these balconies almost my height, though.
He don't fit in none of these cabs, man. We gotta walk it out. All right, look at this. 3 kings on the couch. Y'all believe this?
Hi, everyone. We're just hanging out, keeping it simple. Simple yet historic, my friend. Salute.
Yeah, salute. No politics. Yo, what's good out here in Havana? Sun on my face, and look who I just ran into.
Peace, everyone.
The dragon himself, Bruce Lee. No cap, this is real life.
Life be full of surprises, my friend.
We out here vibing, old car. Cruise lights, brown on the dash. Sun in the sky, Havana in the glass. Wind chocolate stripes on the shirt to my right. Legend.
All right, so this is a video that came out, I think, this week, and people have been watching and been commenting. People are shocked at what AI can do, but I brought it up because a lot of our people are not aware of where the world is going to. In another 10 years, it will be a different world. I don't know what they're teaching people in Nigeria, in Africa. I don't know what people are telling their kids about where the world is going. I don't know whether we should be discussing the things we discuss when we come here. It's a different world that we are going to see in another 20 years. Sure. There may not be taxi drivers in New York City. There may not be. One airline said that they're going to fire 4,000 of their staff, that AI will help them do this work. That's the world we're looking at, that we are going to encounter. And we're still talking about some primitive people, some people who, it's unbelievable. One other thing I just want to point out, this is something I haven't read, but I saw it, and these are the kind of stories that I'm always attracted to. This is a project that 35 countries in the world are participating in. They are trying to mimic what is happening in the sun. They are building a reactor, fission reactor. It's going to cost between 22 billion and $65 billion. They're doing this in France. It's amazing. If they are successful, they may be able to produce unlimited energy. So the issue of power, people not having energy, will be gone. They are spending, 35 countries are involved in this scientific project. They are spending between 22 to 65 billion doing this. I hope that while we talk about all these small things we talk about, we have time to pause and think about the bigger picture of what is happening around us. All right, on that note, thank you everybody for joining us today. Let me thank the people who supported us. I want to thank all those people in the comment section. I read your comments, those who watched at home. Thank you. I do meet some people and they tell me about what they see and how they have their favorites. I don't want to mention names of people who are favorite, but thank you everybody. I I want to thank Oscar Blackbone. Thank you so much for your support. Ijedima, thank you so much. Ijedima becomes a new member. It's important also to join and be a member when you can, so we can actually plan in real podcasts. People depend on people who support them every month. You know, even if it's $2, $1, whatever you can support, you become a member, and we can say, oh, we want to hire. Like today, we should have had somebody in New York. I didn't pay the guy, so the guy told me he was going. I said, okay, yeah, you cover it for us. But if we had the money and we pay somebody, we'll be sure that somebody will bring us something back. Anyway, Ijedima, thank you so much. Sho, thank you so much for your support. And Mew Hoibi. I wish I can know how to pronounce the name. Thank you so much for your support. We appreciate you. On behalf of people behind the scene, because there are people behind the scene who are helping me out, thank you so much for your help. Forefathers, thank you for being here. And we say thank you so much for being here. Oti, thank you so much. KJ, thank you so much. Ike, thank you so much. Dexter, Hank, thank you. And all the people who came in who are now gone. I appreciate all of you. Tomorrow, remember, we have a Dibia, medicine man, but he's also a writer and a filmmaker. So it's going to be interesting conversation beyond just issues in the news. We are going to talk about reincarnation, about the truth. I hear people say all the time, you don't know the truth, or you don't want to deal with the truth. We are searching for the truth, and he will give us his perspective. I expect it to be an interesting conversation tomorrow. So if you can join. No, it's not from Norway. I don't even know where he's from. I don't know where he's from. Yeah, but he will be here tomorrow, and we will have that conversation. All right. On behalf of everybody else, thank you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Let's join our Forefathers. Forefathers is coming up next.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
1960 October, now the battle is over. This the date we've been waiting to celebrate. Nigeria is free. Balewa, free. Azikwe, free. Our law was a downer. Nigeria is free.
The Independence Calypso. Miss Independence is chosen and admired. The magic word is everywhere as the capital city of Lagos goes gay with decorations arranged by the man who decorates our own Regent Street for Christmas. It's self-government free from slogans, a time for celebration, not recrimination. Half a century of British rule ended at midnight on September the 30th. The ceremony is over, the celebrations can begin.